story. Incredible coral reefs, stunning array of marine wildlife. Every year, so still in America, is possible. 2000, something had changed. In 2015, there's more visit the Bahamas and fly it north. First met cultivated forever. It's very similar to days across that day. Mature and moving on things roughly a third of the body. Right on the other side of this island, where we were that day, was an accident. Our boat was actually anchored there. And we were just kind of snorkeling around. I saw a stingray coming out to Lacey, and she moved on water. Our cameras actually got down and filmed the stingray feeding on them.
Rights, and we're going to see more and more individual rights, and that's how the whole system was set up. The idea was that you have God-given rights, and your God-given rights was secured by the Constitution. The Constitution was set up to secure your God-given rights. In fact, they were so specific, they spelled out 10 in the Bill of Rights that were inalienable. They were given to you because you are a human being and protected by the government. That was the function of the government. So people that know that will break off into what I guess Cliff High calls self-organizing collectives. And that could be as small as maybe, I don't know, make up a number 25 in your local community, maybe 250 to 2,500, but it will go back to the people, and the people that really want to assert their own sovereignty will do so. And in that case, they can come up with all kinds of imaginative ideas that work. If you go back and study, the money question as long as I have, the Ithaca dollar, for example, you can make up receipts in your community as long as everyone agrees to it on a labor hour basis or what have you. You can create your own economic system that still provides for the division of labor and makes the community stronger, because the division of labor is very important to get the maximum effect out of everybody's ability to work at certain levels. In other words, my ability to work as an engineer makes it more effective for me to trade money for an automobile than for me to work as an engineer and try to find something that someone needed and get an automobile for it. I think we all understand that. So there's a lot to be thankful for. There's a lot to be grateful about. And there's a lot to stand up and fight for. And this is the problem I see, Sean, is the ability for more and more to wake up. But as you said earlier with the crypto, when you're in your gym and people all there, that's going to take place in the Great Awakening. In fact, I believe it already is, meaning that, hey, I heard this crackpot from Spokane, the silver expert, it started to make sense to me. Actually what he said actually kind of resonated with me. And this is what I'm not talking about me, my ego isn't that big, but the point being is that there is nothing more powerful than the truth. People like you, and I'll say it publicly, or at least to your viewers, have been instrumental in helping people see the bigger picture. I mean, I think were one of the first to talk about the Mockingbird Press. That's an actual term, the Mockingbird Press. And the ability for let's say, the supporters of the power elite to be able to lie point blank, day after day, on the television and tell people whatever they want. I think it was Casey or one of the CIA's top dogs said that when the American people believe 100% nothing's true, we have succeeded. Something along those lines.
No, your paraphrasing is pretty accurate there. And I think just about everything the American people do believe is a lie. And people are waking up to the lies about the mRNA bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. That's really at the top of the list. And then I always like to dig deeper and get into the lies of NASA. And did we really put men on the moon in 68, 69, 70 and never go back? These are questions that thoughtful people like to ask. And thoughtful people also like to buy physical silver and gold. Guys, I use SD Bullion. They're a sponsor at SGT Report. The banner ad is at the top of my website if you want to click through to get some physical silver or gold. But also, I would recommend the Morgan Report. David, tell people how they can get it.
Sure, there's a subscribe button on the main site there. We've got a new landing page, which is basically a sales page. And on that sales page, I really would like everyone to take the time to scroll down just slightly and watch an interview I did with Daniela Cambone. And I said, this is a much watch. Keep going, Sean. It's beyond that. But I did a bail in. This is it right here. Only interview I've ever done in my car. And wouldn't you know, it gets 2 million views. But this talks about a bail-in scenario. It's illegal to bail out the banks anymore. They can only be bailed in, which means you, as a U.S. person, are responsible to bailing in defaults of your government, and you will get a receipt as an unsecured creditor, and you'll be part shareholder in a bank that's failing, and you won't get your money. That's the worst case. So I think everyone should take a look at that interview. And what I suggested in that interview, since I'm not a registered investment advisor, although I have worked as one in the past, is to move your currency into precious metals. Not all of it, but some of it. Remember, there's nothing magic about silver and gold except in instances like these times in history where it's imperative that you have it. And most of the time when you have a sound money system, it's just money. It's a tool. But now when you don't have any certainty about the future based on what we discussed this hour or so, it's very important that you have not only food, water, shelter, community, friends, that type of thing, which is really paramount, but you also have, if you can afford it, savings and real thing, and that means the precious metals.
Yeah, I've never felt more strongly now that food sources, storable food sources, relationships with farmers, community relationships, water, all of those preps need to be in place as they engineer their United Nations Agenda 2030 dreams, which is to really, as Klaus Schwab would say, no more meat for you, dear slave, enjoy the insects. That's where they want to take us, and we're not going there, David. I really firmly believe they're going to have a very much more difficult time pulling it off than they thought they would. And a lot of that is in thanks to the mRNA bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. It's woken up doctors, attorneys, people that would not come on my show 5 years ago now ask to come on so that they can warn people about the bioweapon, their words. So I'm really hopeful about our situation here, and I know you are too. So we'll have to talk again more soon than 3 years from now, David. So I appreciate your time today. Thanks.
Oh, my pleasure, John. Thank you.
All right, friends, the website is themorganreport.com. Go check it out. And for real news every single day, visit us directly at sgtreport.com.
Okay, there you have it. He is known as the Silver Guru. He lives here in my town, in Spokane, in my community here. And, I met him briefly at a gun counter here in Spokane several years ago, back in 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. And that's when I first started really getting into silver, when they crashed the whole market in 2008. I was always skeptical of the manipulation of the stock market. And, I had not only myself, but my employees, we had investment accounts, retirement accounts set up for people in the office there. And in 2008 was devastating. So many people, so many baby boomers just got devastated by the stock market back then. That's when I said, I'm done with this. I'm just going to put it in something, and I'm just going to hold on to it and, see what happens, because, at that time you could see the handwriting on the wall. We could not continue in the fashion that we have been. It is unsustainable. They keep talking about sustainability. That is the antithesis of what these people actually want. They want it totally unsustainable, and they want to just destroy everything that they touch, so that they can come back and build it in their twisted vision. David, the Morgan Report is David Morgan's his investment site. You can become a premium member. I think it's not cheap to be a premium member, but he is quite well known. And I was actually surprised. He obviously listens to Cliff High as well, and because Cliff is a bit of a silver bug, but Cliff likes to kind of go all over the place. At one point he was real high on some Bitcoin and stuff like that. However, I think Cliff definitely has a little more money to move around and play with, thanks to his work. Silver went up just 7%. Just yesterday, it went up by $1.30 from 1860 to 1990 in one day. It actually went over $20 for a short time. It started out the trading day this morning at over $20.21, I think it was. We were looking at that in the first part of the show this morning. And I think that was a most likely a spontaneous reaction to the Fed, but like he says, there is so much fiat silver out there, meaning they've printed up silver on paper, and they are trading this paper back and forth as if it was real, and it's as doomed as the fiat dollar. It cannot continue to exist. There is nothing there, to substantiate their all of this paper silver that is out there. There's just no way they can substantiate it. If everyone who had paper silver demanded that it be delivered physically, you would just see it would go crazy. It would absolutely go crazy. And those people who would be trying to fill those orders would be bidding up the price of silver into astronomical pricing. in order to cover the paper that they've got out there. And the eventual reaction to all of this, can you imagine having sold all this paper, and then all of a sudden people are demanding to take possession of it, and they can't cover it? What's going to happen to these folks? You think that they're going to get caught on, is it fraud? How many times have they oversold? I mean, they've done it to the dollar. They used to, it used to be, banks had a lending rate, and that basically, and I'm not talking about the interest account on that they charge, but they could only lend out a certain portion of the actual money that they held in their bank. All right, and over time, they started increasing that. Instead of like 10% of the assets they had on deposit, they could loan back out and receive the interest on that, and then also under the same policy, the bank was able to pay you an interest on the money you had on deposit, because you got a share of that money that was being loaned out against your deposits. All right. And so you shared in the wealth. Now they've trimmed us out of that by lowering the interest rates you get on your deposits, and at the same time, they've created this monetary system that is trimming us out of it, while taking bigger and larger profits. And the use of electronic trading through programs like we've talked about, Aladdin, this massive computer with the algorithms and everything, can make trades, EFTs, electronically traded funds, at a rate that you can't do physically sitting at a keyboard in front of a computer. It's just not possible. And they're basically picking every last penny out of the market that they possibly can by these electronically traded funds. And you can't compete with that. Nobody can. So we have been manipulated out of the financial market in so many different ways that it just, the fact that we are surviving it all right now says a lot for, as Cliff High would put it, when you start screwing with the universe and you start playing fake games, as in fiat currencies, fiat dollars, fiat silver funds and things like that, universe will have its way, and we just have to keep pushing, keep pressure on these people, keep calling them out, keep educating people as to the crime, the corruption, and out and out fraud that these people are using in order to did Thumper smile this morning? Of course I smile. Are you kidding, Dynamex? It's a great day, because we're alive, we're well, and we are still able to get on here and say what we want to say. Patty J, it's your birthday today? Well, I would be more than happy to celebrate your birthday with you. Let's do that right now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Patty J. Happy birthday to you. birthday, Patty J. Woo-hoo! On a Magnum Friday, no less. Whoa, yeah. All right. Yeah, everybody give Patty J a big happy birthday wish there. Yeah, definitely. How young are you, if I might ask? If you don't want to say, that's fine. But if you want to say how many of these you've had, that's perfectly fine. But you don't have to. And Deb, 65, she says, it's Friday, going into the weekend, and Monday will be August 1st. Yeah. And Deb says she's going to be moving with her daughter and grandson out to Point Magoo, which is Point Magoo is a cool place. Very, very nice place. I've been there a few times. On the California coast there. Kind of, it's like, I would describe it as being like halfway between, it's a little closer to San Francisco, but not, it's about, I would almost say kind of halfway between San Francisco and LA. Probably a little bit closer to the LA part. Nice area though. Grow lots of food there, or they used to. Lots of strawberry fields, and that is grown there in the area. Very, very good agricultural area, or it used to be. But that was back in the 80s when I was rolling around through there. Yeah. There you go. Maybe we'll be able to attend some meetups. Yeah, being there on the California coast. Where are you now, Deb? I don't remember where you're at specifically. But yeah, you know, you're still dealing with California. And you know, Gavin Newsom will be your governor. That would keep me out of California for just, you know, general purposes. California is a beautiful state. The politics are so screwed up. It's the same thing here in Washington State. That's right. You're Corpus Christi. I forgot. Yeah. All right. So yeah. Let's see here. What else do we have on the stack of stuff here this morning?
I just feel blessed to have survived.
Okay. See if let's update a couple of these. You know, there's always some late breaking news that pops in, and we'll dive down into some. Where we know Powell is pumping a false narrative. I tell you, you know, this whole economic thing. I mean, it's well, the economics is huge because, yeah, I mean, it's draining everybody's pockets. You know, as the longer this goes on, the more and more we're going to see. You know, the idea when they said this is transitory. Is you know, and people hear that, they don't get too awfully concerned, which is a real injustice because these people know better. They know better. They know that this is not transitory. They know that this is all designed to crash the American economy and cause problems for the you know, the American public. And they also know that in the past years, by having a massive global depression, recession, economic nightmare crash, they've always used that as the impetus to start another war. Because war is great for debt, it's great for borrowing money, and those people who think they have all the money in the world think that this is the best way to drive people out and line their pockets with they're the ones that are actually achieving the spoils of war, and that is by financing it. Because anything won in the war, you can't take. What country actually took the other guy's property after the war? The last country that even came close to that, I think, was when Israel took the West Bank. And that was horrible. All of those terrible people. They took the West Bank. They won it in a war, and then they took it over. They controlled it. They were vilified for it. So it's become very unpopular. You can spar with your neighbor, but if you bust them down, you can't go over and plant your flag on their property. You have to retreat back to your own stockade and claim victory. And then who's ever been defeated gets all kinds of money from the World Banks and the World Economic Forum and all this other stuff, and then there's this massive TV big crocodile tear campaign for all these poor people who have been devastated by the war, unjust or just or whatever, but they have to build back. So the bankers are not going to put their money in there. If they do, it's going to be under terms. They don't give money away. The only time they put money up to so-called invest is if they can see a greater return on their dollar, on their investment, and now that investment is starting to turn just a little bit sour, you think? And the more that the people wake up, that's why I feel it's important to talk about economic issues. The politics right now, I think the politics are all just a game show. It's just it's a distraction because we're so used to looking to our politicians for, answers, corrections, things like that, but we keep, all we end up with is more regulations, more legislation, and more lies, deceit, and treasonous fraud out of these folks. As was depicted in that one article. Let's just go there to that article for a moment here. Kind of set my point here. Let me put it on screen for you guys. Okay, there we go. The Republican Party threatens President Trump if he announces he's running in 2024. GOP will stop paying legal fees. The GOP elites won't turn over the party to President Trump. They've tried to stop him every step of the way, but they can't because he represents America and his base is too large. GOP leaders turned the other way when the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump. Several rhinos even voted to impeach the president. The old guard can't stand President Trump. They're like their hold on power in the GOP at the local, state, and federal levels. They have the rest of the party scared to do what is right and dig into the 2020 election, steal, and work to prevent this from ever happening again. Corrupt actors have invaded the GOP at all levels. Many of these individuals are Democrats. They hate President Trump and the base of the GOP. But they'll put an R in front of their name and stand up there and lie, straight up to you. The GOP leadership doesn't want the truth behind the 2020 election to be revealed. Neither do the Democrats. America and President Trump are the victims. Now, top U.S. politicians all want to prevent President Trump from ever running again. Well, that's been their goal all along, is try to come up with something against him that they can use. I was kind of amazed that the speech that he gave the other night, I was listening to it as it was playing, and some of the points that he was bringing up were getting very little reaction from the room. Now, that could be just a more reserved, high collar crowd. We don't scream, yell, and raise signs and hoot and holler, when we like what we hear. and almost like they didn't like what he was saying. It's kind of interesting. The GOP elites never wanted a popular outsider. The criminal and corrupt actors continue to do what they're doing. We've seen an attempted coup of the president during his entire first term, made up of Hillary lies and backed by corrupt DOJ and FBI. We've seen multiple actors in President Trump's White House show their true colors. They were not patriots, they were turncoats. Their mission was to destroy his presidency. The Democrat Party has been taken over by the Chinese, the cartels, and the communists, while the GOP elites beg for sound bites. They are so weak and lost. The gap between the GOP and their base, the Trump base, the largest political base in U.S. history, is huge. The GOP hates their base. Mittens there congratulates President-elect Joe Biden, wants Trump supporters to shut up and get in line. Okay, yeah. As soon as you, it won't be. It just won't happen. Now the GOP is threatening President Trump. It's reported that the GOP will not pay President Trump's legal fees if he runs for president. We know they'll do it because they took money after the 2020 steal and did nothing for the president back then. The only reason they have any money is because of Donald Trump, but they won't help him. The Daily Mail reports Republicans will stop paying Donald Trump's legal expenses if he announces he's running for president in 2024, according to a new report published on Thursday, which is possibly why he hasn't announced yet, because until he announces, they got, I think they have to, they're kind of paying his legal fees. Okay. The Republican National Committee has shelled out millions of dollars to law firms representing the former president amid government investigations and probes of his business interests. But officials also worry that Trump could hurt the party's midterm prospects, really. What officials are those? If he announces a presidential run before this year's elections. An RNC official told ABC News that Trump would lose financial support as soon as they launch a campaign because of the party's neutrality. The RNC being neutral in the primaries, that is a bunch of bullshit. That is just so much crap, because the manipulation by the Washington State Republican Party, the Spokane Republican Party, and the Spokane County Republican Party. We have all these, they've so factioned up divided up the Republican Party that it's no wonder that the Republican Party here in Washington State is about as hosed up as Hogan's goat. But again, it's the divide and conquer issue. I don't know about you, but I get these texts, and it says Don Jr. and all this other stuff from Win Red is one of the folks that I get texts from. Oh, we're losing, they're making money on the other side, they're going to do this, the world's going to come apart, you got to send money now, we're behind, blah blah blah. I just delete the damn things. I gave money left and right during the first Trump campaign, and then during the Culp campaign, during the midterms, during President Trump's first 4 years. And I donated quite a bit, and I was very careful. I tried to be careful. I didn't want to give to the Republican Party. I wanted to give to President Trump and his effort specifically. I do not want to give any money whatsoever to a bunch of rhinos out there that are lying bold-faced to me and then stabbing me in the back every chance they can get. I'm not, believe me, I don't have money for that. I don't have money to pay for people to commit fraud and crime. And basically, they're taking my money, which is in fact that in itself, through taxations and whatever else, is bad enough. But then they take that money and turn it around, trying to destroy me even worse, and you and everybody else out here who hasn't figured out that if you're still paying taxes, you are paying for your own demise. That's the thing. In China right now, they have stopped paying the mortgages to Evergrande because they the company is they went out there, they overextended themselves, and then the shit is starting to hit the fan, and they are starting to pay the price, just like they will here in the United States. Our federal dollars are basically worthless, and that's the whole idea of these futures tradings in silver. There's so much money that has been that people have been defrauded through the selling of futures or silver paper certificates or whatever they do it. I don't even look into it because I don't want it. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I'd rather have one bird in the hand than the promise of somebody. Yeah, it's in the mail. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. How many times have we heard that, and how many times have we been screwed by it? No. Do what you say, and say what you do. All right. Bottom line. No more of this bullshit. No more of the lies. Let's have complete and total transparency. And the only way to do that is just operate straight up. Don't be lying. Don't be cheating. Don't be stealing. Don't do fraud. Just straight up. All right. RNC Chairwoman Ron McDonald spelled out the stance in an interview in January. The party has to stay neutral, she said. I'm not telling anybody to run or not to run in 2024. Today's GOP leadership is small, lost, and ineffective, but they think they own the party. They will continue to fight to keep their corrupt ways while their base, the Trump base, will win and eventually replace them all. This can't happen soon enough. And that, again, that is why we are encouraging people who are so disposed that don't mind running for office. Now is the time. Get in there, infiltrate them, much as the way they infiltrated your conservative views through the Republican Party as the controlled opposition to the Democrats. Who, as you know, and we've said many times, are driving this thing like a top fuel dragster on nitromethane in the championship round of the Summer Nationals. We've got to get in there and come up with a plain Jane painted car with a great tank of fuel and a good driver, and just smoke them, and blow them out of the water. That's how we do it. We come in quiet, with a resolve to move these people out, and it won't be hard because people are ready for change. The Cult campaign proved that here in Washington State. You run a solid, honest candidate up against a bunch of criminals, and if you start that grassroots campaign, it was proven to me here in Washington State that it can be done. And the only reason Lauren Culp's not the governor is because they cheated. We know they cheated. We know they manipulated votes. We know they used those machines, and they did it in the states where you have the ERIC program, which is one here in Washington State, and 30 some odd others states. Some have backed out. I don't believe that Washington State's been one of them. We had a rhino attorney general. We had a no, we don't have a rhino. We have a full-blown liberal retard as our state attorney general, and our secretary of state was a rhino Republican. So, and then mail-in voting, 100% mail-in voting. You can't vote any other way, and I've got my ballot in there. It came in the mail, as did everyone else's. You is to add a bit of hydrazine to your methanol in our fuel a AA altered class. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. This is what we're dealing with, folks. This is, in my opinion, because it's all about the money that provides the fuel behind the power, the so-called power. When the money gets when they get called out for the money. What the heck? Trying to figure out what the darn cat's doing. Anyway. So let's see. Ricky Exploder gets about 16 or 17 miles per gallon. Now, Ricky, are you headed to? Let's see, be there after August 7th, probably all month. Where are you going? Are you're not going up to Sturgis, are you? Canadian elections 35 to 40 days long and cost members of the parliament about 30-50K, most in lawn signs. Only the National Party does TV, radio. Beaufort, South Carolina, 2,775 miles. Okay, so Ricky, what's he'll be back before. You would if you had a bike. Okay, all right. Just looks like you're getting ready for a trip there, and so anyway, that's the GOP party, and I'm just again, I am so done with the Republicans. They are just they're as bad as the Democrats. Maybe even worse because they're liar, cheaters, and fakers. Okay. I am just so done with them. Okay, and there's the link to this article here. Next on the stack of stuff here, oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Do this. Come on. Okay, just about to wrap up the July month of articles. My gosh, lots and lots of articles here this last month. Kind of a history of, each month in these articles that I've been collecting every day, Monday through Friday. Okay. Steve Bannon with Sebastian Gorka. Joe Biden will be impeached, and the 2020 election results in Wisconsin and Arizona will be decertified. Well, certainly, hopefully, even if they get decertified, is anybody actually going to do anything about it? That's the other trick to all of this. Steve Bannon from the War Room was on with Sebastian Gorka to discuss current events and far left's efforts that are working against them. This was an excellent interview and a discussion between the two MAGA warriors. Gorka shared at one point in the discussion, "I thought about it for a second, Steve, and I thought, yeah, exciting. I like that about GOP committees after the 2022 election. And then I thought, don't give a damn. I couldn't care less. I'm not interested in congressional subpoenas or concept of Congress. I want people charged for crimes. If you look at the border, if you look at Mayorkas, if you look at fentanyl, I want people charged for complicity, for aiding and abetting cartels. I want people in the brig," he says. As a former officer of the U.S. Navy, the fact that now one has been fired, let alone resigned, or been put in the brig for Afghanistan, is it enough to say, oh, let Congress do their work? Or, oh, we'll have another IG report? Aren't we beyond congressional subpoenas and IG reports? Bannon responded on this, and sharing Biden's going to be impeached, then shared two things are going to happen. Number one, we are going to decertify those electors in Wisconsin and Arizona. And we're going to do that in a formal legal process. Then the impeachment will start. Below is the video of the excellent discussion. All right, because I've already inflicted a whole bunch of video on you already, we're going to skip that. I will give you the link to this, and if you'd like, you can watch the interview between the discussion between Gorka and Steve Bannon. Okay, because a lot is going on there. All right. Hopefully, this is a much more positive situation here. As I log this one in over here, okay. It appears that the American people are starting to, gather together in their respective political leanings. And what we're going to see here, according to the political analysts for this, they're moving more House races over to the GOP, 3 to safe Republican. Okay. The 2022 midterms are looking better for Republicans with each passing week. Today, the analysts at Sabato's Crystal Ball moved more House races toward Republicans, with 3 becoming classified as safe Republican. It means that we've got a Republican challenger who is strongly out in front. The Democrats really don't have a chance against those particular candidates who have been moved to the safe side. That's a good thing. However, it's not a guarantee. All right? Because we've seen, again, vote machines doing the manipulations and moving those votes that are solidly in there for the Republicans are being switched over. And the guy that sat in his basement, even the House candidate, the Senate candidate that sat in their basement, did no campaigning, and the Republican was out there beating the streets and winning the numbers. All of a sudden, these basement dwellers, all of a sudden, oh, gee, you mean I won? Oh, gosh. Crying out loud. It was obscene, what we saw in that respect. Democrats and the media can't stop what's coming in November. House rating changes move more movement toward Republicans. The race for the House. It has been roughly a month since the U.S. Supreme Court's Court Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization decision, which overruled past Supreme Court decisions recognizing constitutional right to abortion. The decision has made some difference in electoral environment, although likely only at the margins. House generic ballot polling, which is tracked by both the Real Clear Politics and 538 trackers, is a bit closer now that it was the day of the Dobbs decision, June 24th. The former has moved from a Republican lead of about 3.5 points to a GOP lead of about 2. Why did they say Republican lead over here and the GOP lead of about 2? And the latter from a GOP lead of about 2.5 to just about half a point. Some individual surveys, such as recent ones from Fox News and CNN, have shown Democrats and Republicans expressing roughly equally high motivation to vote, although the polls show a clear GOP motivation edge. The Marquette University Law School poll, known for its Wisconsin polls, but polling nationally in this survey found an 18-point edge for Republicans on being very enthusiastic about voting, although the same survey only showed a narrow GOP edge on a question about certainty to vote. These motivation questions are important as we try to assess who will actually show up in November. Most generic ballot polls at the moment are only reporting results for registered voters, a larger universe of people than likely voters. Likely voters, will get sent their ballots. And, there's probably somebody there to help them fill them out and, maybe run them through the copier a couple of times and send them back in. because your votes, plural, count, right? If you're a Democrat anyway. A GOP gain somewhere in the 20s looks likely. Let the investigations begin. The business will be to purge commies, and business will be very, very good. Sabato's crystal ball, 10 House rating changes, and all but one favor GOP. Things are going to look very different after November. Cross posted from American Lookout. Okay, well, we thought that things were going to look a lot different in the second term of President Trump, considering, all things. They were allowed to commit their fraud and basically, their coup d'etat against the president. It's just taking a while. The wheels of justice move slowly, but if you're going to get the bad guys, you've got to dot your I's, cross your T's, because these people they take a bath in coconut oil every day, or pig fat, or what? Probably pig fat would probably be more appropriate for these pigs. And hey, good morning, Drain the Swamp. Where we go one, we go all. Good to see you. So we're definitely in some very interesting waters. I would say that we're in a raft, spring thaw. The rapids are running pretty strong, but not totally unnavigable. And we're going to make it. I want to be positive about this, in spite of the crap that they're pulling off here. Let's see here. More on the economy here. Because we're definitely starting to see the cracks in the dike here. From RT News, Wall Street is collapsing. New York City Mayor Eric Adams contradicted U.S. President Biden's claims that the economy is fine before later backtracking. Oh no, you mean he got it wrong? He had to go out and fix it? The U.S. has entered a recession, New York Mayor Eric Adams said on Thursday, contradicting earlier claims from President Joe Biden that the economy is on the right path. Now, let me explain something here to you. Last night, I was over at my mom's house and fixing up a whole big batch of some food for her. So, especially since I'm going to be gone, hopefully she'll take the time to warm it up in the microwave and eat something while I'm gone. But she had Fox News on, and she started out, it was Laura Ingraham she had on. It was kind of an interesting thing there, and then she started, then it went over to Gutfeld, and I don't know, I'm not a real Gutfeld fan. He should have a ba-ding after every one of his jokes. I don't really necessarily find them funny. They're contrived. The whole show is scripted, and laugh or bada bing, after one of his, quippy little things that somebody I think probably writes for him. All right, Tippy Wynn says my silver just came, 60 ounces. Nice job. Yeah. Well done. Yeah. Yeah, you got a little invested there. 60 ounces doesn't, but just hold on to it. Keep, just build your supply. Take what little extra money you have and put it there, and treat it just like you would a savings account that you don't touch. Just keep doing that. Never sell off your silver. Not a good thing to do. I'm not a real Gutfeld fan. It's just like I said. Every one of his quippy little jokes, ought to come with a bing, ding, ding. Because I don't find them funny. Okay, continuing on here. We are in a financial crisis like you can never imagine. Wall Street is collapsing. We are in recession. News outlet. You tell me what to take off the plate. We have. That's it, he proclaimed. Top city officials' statements came in contrast with the assurances that Biden gave earlier the same day, stating that despite the fact the economy is slowing down, it's coming to almost a dead stop here soon. But we do have anti-lock brakes on the vehicle now, which means it grinds to a stop instead of going skidding and sliding sideways and everything. We do have anti-lock brakes now, so it's not the the screeching tires, the black marks on the road. It supposedly will bring the vehicle to a eventual stop, and you kind of get this clicky noise or chunky noise, that feedback that you get through the pedals. Even now, they've engineered a lot of that out of the anti-lock brake systems now, and you're able to stop in more of a straight line. The problem is, if there's a wall between you and even the point where those anti-lock brakes can stop you, there will be a sudden stop. And so they're trying to bring this economy. They're trying to use their anti-lock brake system to convince you that, oh no, it's not an emergency. But I think there is that brick wall that they have run this thing way up too close to, and even the anti-lock brakes are not going to stop us before we hit the wall. Okay, but when we hit the wall, it'll be significant enough that the vehicle will not move again. It'll be done. Okay, because the engine that powered that vehicle is dead, and that is fiat, bullshit, fake currency. Okay, the only thing that's going to get things rolling again is real live currency. Because by that point, people will have figured it out, or most people, and then the rest are just going to have to figure it out and follow along. Zoltan Vaz, ABS sucks on your bike, rather feel it slide. Boy, the 2005 Road King doesn't have anti-lock brakes. The Heritage and the Road Glide do, and I got a quick introduction to that when I was riding the Road King just down a side street, and this idiot from the left side of the intersection, just didn't pay any attention to that bike coming down the street, lights on it, and loud pipes. And and I just barely, what I would normally do with the Heritage or the Road King, went to the rear brake, and boy, I'll tell you what, that back tire, locked up, and the bike went a little bit sideways. I immediately let off the brake there. It was enough. I wasn't going very fast, so that idiot was able to get through the intersection. So was I, no problems. And then you get on the other two bikes, and you do an emergency stop, and that thing you keep the front wheel straight, and that thing just goes, just stops like on a dime. It's actually modern notes, sport you're looking to get. You can't, get yourself too out over the edge on that wet, rainy pavement, wet, rainy pavement. And then you have your regular mode. If you're just cruising around town, you don't want to be too sporty, you can just put it in regular mode and just cruise around. Anyway, you tell me what to take off the plate, he says. Top city official statements come in contrast with the assurance that Biden gave earlier the same day, stating that despite the fact the economy is slowing down, Washington's efforts to battle soaring inflation in the country put it on the right path. Really? More lies, more deceit. Both Adams and Biden were commenting on official figures released earlier on Thursday that showed that U.S. economy has shrunk for 2 consecutive quarters, which is considered a sign of recession. The New York mayor later amended his words, however, stating that it is the president's prerogative to describe the state of the economy. Well, he can describe it any way he wants, and this man's a fool, and he does it in a foolish manner. The president will make a determination on the official title of where we are. Well, no, actually, the president does. It's the people who have to live in the economy, and that's you and I. Who cares what they say? What is your bank account? What is your wallet? What is your economic situation show you? Are you making the wages that you should be making compared to the pricing that you're being charged at the grocery store and the gas pump, goods and services, your insurance policies? I pay my insurance policies annually, and I just paid the annual policy for the motorcycles a couple of days ago. And they told me I could save $300 and some odd if I paid it all in one lump sum. They charge you to make monthly payments, even though they're not. It's a processing fee, right? It's not a financing fee. Some odd dollars is the difference between the annual premium if I made payments and the annual premium if I pay in full. So I supposedly saved $300 and some odd by paying in full. It cost them that much to, receive my electronic payment once a month. Really? That's interesting. It is collapsing. The funny money on Wall Street is collapsing. And again, we could take this whole situation, right down to the nubs. But I don't know. Okay, let's look at this again, because the corporate investors, the industrial investors, the people that are investing, these huge dollars, they're the ones making the money. You, the casual investor, you make pennies compared to the dollars that these guys make on this stuff, because they can work in volume where we just don't have the resources for that, and it's the fact that they have that amount of volume that they can put into this, which is where'd that money come from? Was it truly ill-gotten gains? Were they the benefactor of a government policy that was picking winners and losers, and they got to be the winners? We don't talk about the losers, but and then you Google, ABC, all these different big outlets that just seem to all of a sudden have all kinds of money, and they've got made up CEOs who were supposedly the geniuses behind building this company, and we all know that's a bunch of BS. Hey, dear man, good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while in the chat. Good to see you this morning. How you doing? All right. Wall Street is crashing. We're going to see more of this as that. But you see some of the other claims here. U.S. plunges into recession. Yes, we have. And they keep trying to change the, saying employment. Okay, it's the employment figures. No, it's the economy, stupid. Going back to Bill Clinton's famous words. It's the economy, stupid. Look at the economy as a whole. The economy as a whole right now is in an extremely bad way. Here's a little blowback to the past here from Zero Hedge. Once we get the TDS banners off the screen. Here we go again. Record container ship traffic jam as backlog continues to build. If you only look at Los Angeles and Long Beach, the largest container import gateway in America, you'd think shipping congestion has drastically reduced. The number of ships waiting there has fallen to 26 from a high of 109 in January. But in fact, North American port congestion has just re-entered record territory. The offshore traffic jam is once again as bad as it's ever been. Okay, and they're showing I'm not sure where this is. This is Galveston, Texas, and so we're talking about down in the Gulf of Mexico, and you see a lot of that. All right. In January and February, when North American congestion previously peaked, there were just under 150 container vessels waiting off the coastline. Get off my frickin' screen. Damn you people. All right. 2/3 were in the Los Angeles Long Beach queue. As of Thursday morning, there were 153. The majority off East and Gulf Coast ports, whereas the earlier West Coast pileup was centralized, highly publicized, and relatively easy to track. Today's ship queue is more widely dispersed and attracting less attention. Port congestion had finally looked like it was easing in May and early June. Ship queues had fallen back to double digits. There were 92 vessels waiting offshore as of June 10th, led by 25 off Savannah, Georgia, 20 off Los Angeles, Long Beach, 18 off of New York, and New Jersey had 14 off Houston, New York and Jersey, and 14 off of Houston. Then things turned for the worse. The tally rose to 125 on July 8th, 136 on July 13th, and 140 on July 19th. With the count now rising to 153, the North American container ship queue has increased in size by 66% over the past 7 weeks. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along, right? Is this the first time? This first time I'm hearing of it. As of Thursday morning, ship position data from the Marine Traffic and latest queue list for California ports showed 43 container ships waiting off Savannah, 26 off of Los Angeles, Long Beach, 24 off of Houston, 18 off of New York, New Jersey, 17 off Vancouver, British Columbia, 15 off Oakland, California, and 10 ships off other ports. Of those 59 ships, 38% of the total were waiting off the West Coast, where queues have climbed off Vancouver and Oakland. There were 94 ships, 62% of the total, off the East Coast Gulf Coast ports. With counts up, provider vessels value found large differences in the same port complex. In the Port of New York, New Jersey, and the Garden City and Savannah terminals in the Port of Savannah. In contrast, vessels valued data found relatively short wait times at the Mauer and Port Newark terminals in New York and New Jersey, the Norfolk International and Virginia International Gateway terminals in Norfolk, Virginia, the Packer Avenue terminal in Philadelphia, and the Wando Welch terminal in Charleston, South Carolina. It may be no coincidence that East and Gulf Coast congestion ramped up starting in June. That was the month that new annual contracts kicked in. It was also the last month before the West Coast labor contract with the ILWU, Longshoremen Union, expired. Akil Nair, a vice president of carrier management at Seiko Logistics, said during a briefing on July 20th, with all the early threats of potential ILW strike and labor constraints on the West Coast, there was an automatic shift during contract season for customers to actually require traditional West Coast shippers to request allocation on the East Coast as well. This was their contractual hedge they put into place, meaning they were contracted to have all their shipping coming into one particular port. As long as those ports were acting and moving things out appropriately, it wasn't a problem. But then, when they became overwhelmed and the backlogs and all this other stuff, I could see where the contracts would come in and they'd say, okay, look, we're going to write it in the contract this year that if we will be allowed to utilize other ports besides just the one. So you didn't have just this one port being the one source for loading, offloading of these container ships, which is, that 20-day time frame or close to it. So, depending on how long they were backlogged, they lost millions, not to mention underway time, fuel costs, crew costs, and everything else. Devastating. So you wonder why our economy is tipping over because of inflation. You start making these shippers pay more for fuel, pay more in time in transit. All of it costs money, and somebody's got to foot the bill. And unfortunately, that's just adding to our inflation problems. This has resulted now in people probably having overcompensated. The congestion on the East Coast is a result of some of the shifting in the supply chain design and hedging for potential incidents or reliable or unpredictable activity on the West Coast. So you actually have ships now. They're having to adjust the direction that they're shipping their goods into the United States. Let's say, it was much cheaper, quicker to bring a load into the West Coast. And I would guess that, transit areas like the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal are quite busy. However, caveat to that, these, maybe not the Suez, because I think they've done a lot of upgrading, but the Panama Canal has a problem with the size of ships that can go through there. Now, supposedly they were supposed to be doing a lot, some upgrade and widening of some of the transit locks associated with the Panama Canal. But then you have an evergreen ship that's sitting sideways in the Suez. Doesn't help a lot for transit either. Oh yeah, and then the ship that got all jammed up there in the that was in the Baltimore, up in the Chesapeake there, not far from Baltimore. You'll be in downtown Providence in 20 minutes. Do you want any pictures for Discord? Providence, Rhode Island. If you want to take pictures, go ahead there, Dynamex. I'm not sure where you're going with the significance of that, but there are 3 ocean unloading ports in British Columbia with lower port costs because of lower Canada dollar. Yeah, that's probably moving a lot of it too. China is exporting 0 ships to the USA. Let's see. Okay. Some of the other comments. My Tacoma finally came in 3-month wait, paying cash, $39,000 of worthless cash. So you got a new Tacoma vehicle, huh? All right. So yeah, again, just more of the silliness and they just keep piling it on, and but I just notice people are really starting to get they're waking up, because you can only pull the strings tight for so long, and then after that people are going to get ticked off, and you start raising the temperature, and talking about hot under the collar. Definitely hot under the collar is people's patience goes very, very thin in the hotter months, no question about it. Let's see here. Roll up here, and let's see. I think somebody was doing I think the early morning crew basically had this one up. All right, come on.
The Carolina coastline is under siege.
Sesame Place facing $25 million class action suit over racism accusations. Oh, I know. One of the shows that it was on last night, or when I was over at my mom's house, was digging on this one. Sesame Place has been hit with a $25 million racial discrimination lawsuit after a costumed employee was seen on the video appearing to snub black children. A family from Baltimore, Maryland has filed a $25 million lawsuit of alleged racial discrimination by Sesame Place, Philadelphia, according to a report by local10.com. You've got to be shitting me. The lawsuit claims that Quentin Burns, his 5-year-old daughter, as well as all other black guests in attendance, were discriminated against while visiting the theme park on Father's Day, June 18th. The firm is also filing a class action suit claiming the theme park has shown a pattern of racial discrimination. The lawsuit comes after a separate incident was caught on video in which a Sesame Place employee clad in a Rosita costume appears to snub black children after giving high fives to white children. Oh my. What's next?
Cell phone video has been going viral showing a 9-second clip posted to Instagram on July 16th by Jody Brown. She's the mother of one of the girls who had their arms stretched out for a hug and high five from the character Rosita at the parade at Sesame Place in Langhorne. The family says when their girls waved to the character and asked for a high five, they were blatantly passed over for a white family next to them.
The performer in the Rosita costume has not worked since that night.
This afternoon at a press conference, nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump spoke as he has now joined the family and their lawyer in the case.
That character may have ignored them, but we will never ignore our black children.
The family's lawyer says he has taken issue with the park's response.
It doesn't take 3 statements over 5 days to recognize racism.
We could have been more thoughtful in our initial statements, and we own that going forward.
The Congressional Black Caucus is requesting an audience with Sesame Place Park President and General Manager Kathy Valeriano to discuss the changes, plans of action, and training the park plans to implement.
We're open for meeting. If we need to have a meeting, absolutely. I understand emotions are raw, but it's something that we internally need to learn and grow from. This is not something that we're going to fix overnight.
The family's lawyer says this is not an isolated incident, citing dozens of other videos that he's received from families. The park's president says she is aware of those videos, and that is in part why new training is being offered to employees here with the help of nationally ranked experts. Reporting in Langhorne, Katie Catro, Fraction News at 10 on PHL 17. Cell phone video.
We were shocked and dismayed that these costume character actors besmirched the great name of the Sesame Street brand, an institution that's as American as baseball and apple pie and who has for years battled for inclusivity and equity for all people, attorney Malcolm Ruff said. What is this nut job over here on the left side of the screen? Is this some guy? I mean, talk about, well, I guess we're displaying inclusivity here. What a, there's just, let's see, baseball and apple pie, and who has for years battled for inclusivity, and blah, 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 Malcolm Ruff said. Sesame Place, Philadelphia initially responded by releasing a statement insisting that the costumes our performers wear sometimes make it difficult to see at lower levels, and sometimes our performers miss hug requests from guests, adding that the employee dressed as Rosita did not intentionally ignore the girls. I don't know. From the looks of the hand gesture that was given there, I don't know. It looks like there was a pretty blatant rebuff of the request for a high five there. Our brand, our park, and employees stand for inclusivity and equality in all forms. Of course they do. The statement added, that is what Sesame Place is all about, and we do not tolerate any behaviors in our parks that are contrary to that commitment. But following a wave of criticism over the viral video and the initial statement, Sesame Place Philadelphia reportedly released a follow-up statement saying that the incident was not okay. We sincerely apologize to the family for their experience. The statement read, "We know that it's not okay. We will conduct training for our employees so they better understand and recognize and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience to our guests." Additional footage posted to the social media appears to show other costume employees have behaving in a questionable manner in the presence of black children. What is going on at Sesame Place? Here we have this other incident, I guess. Oh my. That's pretty sick. So we air slapping black children now and pushing black children. Yeah, you're done, Sesame Place. What in the hell? Jeez. No, Sesame Place cannot deny this one. It's clear as day. Let's see what this one's about.
I guess it's super hardcore.
Look at Elmo.
So yeah. They've perverted Sesame Street now. Well, it's been kind of perverted anyway. Big League Politics is reporting this. Here's an interesting thing. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back over here, and I'll give you a link to the Sesame Street nonsense. I'm not saying, there definitely appears to be some effort by these characters to go out of their way to be obnoxious and or ignore these children. And the children appear to be black. Okay. It could be Jamaican. I don't know. No, I'm just saying. It does appear that there is a problem with the Sesame Street characters at that particular venue, and I would, I'd say, again, look at what those venues are about. Look at Disney. Disney was the ultimate place you could go and leave your cares behind and go for a day of fun. Just don't let your 3 and 4 year old child get too far away from it. It might be the last time you see them, and nobody will question that possibly Disney had something to do with your child being missing. The authorities, it wouldn't make the newspapers. Disney made sure those kind of stories never made the newspapers. And we live in a world where those we trusted the most have absolutely gone overboard as far as to hurt and destroy our country. The United States Senate passes resolution to classify Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. And we have a picture of Lindsey Graham and what's his name here? I can't think of the name right off the top of my head. Blum, whatever his name is. On July 27, 2022, the United States Senate passed a resolution urging the State Department to classify Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Really? Huh? Because we didn't sponsor any terrorism, did we? No. No, it's just all the drugs coming across our country are being brought in by intelligence, supposedly intelligence services that operate for the President of the United States, Bloomberg. Yeah. The document calls attention to Russia's military operations over the past 30 years in Chechnya, Georgia, Syria, and Ukraine as the principal reason for designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. Well, if you want to talk about the Ukrainian Soviet Russian hierarchy, well, yeah, you could say that, but the current Russia, I think, has gone out of their way to try to dispel that and actually Blumenthal, yes, Blumenthal, yeah, Lizard Man, Blumenthal, yeah. They specifically cited how the Russian government allegedly used force against civilians during the Second Chechen War in Chechnya, and its military aid campaign to separatists in the breakaway republics of Donbass since the Ukrainian Euro-Maidan Revolution in 2014. Now, keep in mind, Ukraine, as far as we know, never filed their borders as Ukraine as a separate country. All right? They never did, which left them politically still attached to whatever iteration the Soviet Union became after it was finished, and it reverted back to Russia. Now, the other countries that did file their borders. Good morning, Kuna. Good to see you. Stop saying Okay, I'll try. Veronica, 1966. Thank you for mentioning that. All right. Russian state news agency TASS reported that the resolution was submitted on May 9th. It was first filed by South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Ukraine has actively pushed the U.S. to put Russia on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Members of the U.S. Congress have also called for making this move. Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova had, and I'm not saying had harsh words for the U.S. government over its idiotic move to label Russia as a sponsor of terrorism. She warned that the state sponsor of terror designation will be met with a firm response from the Russian state. Firm response, yeah. All these measures that are going to undertake even such an idiotic one will be expanded and continued. Certainly, we are not going to leave anything unanswered, and they must comprehend this, she stated. The U.S. government uses the state sponsor of terrorism label for countries that have allegedly, repeatedly, provided support for acts of international terrorism. Pot calling the pedal black? I guess so. U.S. government, by slapping this designation on countries, the U.S. government then has the power to impose broad-based sanctions against countries on the list. The U.S. Department of Treasury has the power to take punitive actions against entities and individuals on this list, on top of states that trade with countries that have received the state sponsor of terrorism designation. Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and Syria are currently classified as state sponsors of terror. Okay. Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria. Should the U.S. government follow through with this designation, tensions will only escalate between it and Russia. I suppose it's possible that the people who are pushing this like to bring the tension up. Good morning, 2020 Liberty. Good to see you. And thank you. Don't worry about that. We have fun with them. I know I say aw. It bugs me when I have to listen to myself. If I do, I usually don't listen to myself. That's why. Besides, I don't have to listen to myself. I did it. The irony here is that the U.S. has a long track record of funding Islamist militants in regions such as Afghanistan, Chechnya, Syria, and Xinjiang. Well, pot calling the kettle black. If the U.S. had any sense, it would take the L word with regards to the Russo-Ukrainian conflict and begin withdrawing from NATO. Its geopolitical priorities should be focused on its southern border and maintaining stability in the Western Hemisphere. However, if you're trying to hide your crimes, you want to cause tension someplace and get somebody to do something really stupid as far as a war. Okay? You want to start a war. That's the only way. And what we have to do is do everything we can to avoid an open war that involves the United States, especially with any kind of superpower like Russia. That would be a huge, huge, massive mistake. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have on the stack of stuff? America for sale. All right. That will be the story I will pick up right after I take a quick break. Kind of ran out of coffee here, which means I'm going to take a quick break. It is just after 9 o'clock, so we have an hour left to today's show. And I'm going to go fill up my coffee cup, and I'll be back. So let's see. What am I going to entertain you with during... do we have any requests? Any particular song you would like to hear? Do it quickly because I'm scanning over, and if I find one that just clicks with me right now, we're going to go with it. Quickly now. The I Told You So song. Buddy Brown, Free Bird. Toot Sweet. The Oversight. I'm a Soul Man by Sam and Dave. End of the line. It has to be at least almost a 4-minute song. That's let's see. What's this one here? Oh, yeah, this will work. Yeah, and it was the first one that was suggested. So Hazel, you win. I Told You So. Turn it up.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. told you about the TV flicker rate and how it puts your brain in an alpha state. Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. Yeah. Told you about the mainstream media, your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so.
As I return, yes, with my fresh cup of coffee, and the dogs are sitting out on the back deck in the sun. The sun on the house now has just opened up a little bit of sun patch on the far edge of the deck, and so they're out there getting their morning dose of sun. With the temperature at 84 degrees right now, we won't be walking the dogs today. It's too hot. The last couple of days I've left right after the morning show, which gets me out of here at 8 o'clock. And even at 8 o'clock, it is climbing into the low 80s. By the time I get finished with today's show, it will be in the mid 80s and rising quickly, since we are headed for 104 degrees, I believe was the forecast forecast temperature for the day. So, yeah. Can't wait to see this heat wave move on out of here. 91 there, says D. Landry, 2002. Good to see you this morning. You looking to get booted off of Facebook there? Facebook. There, Big Kahuna. Oh, man. I'm going to do something here. I was thinking about it. While I was taking my little break there. There is a website or a YouTube channel that I listen to quite a bit, and he's headed for Sturgis. He's a motorcyclist, and let's see here. He does a lot of stuff because his dad would take him to Sturgis every year when he was a kid, and let's see, he's done a couple of quickies about Sturgis. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm looking for one of his videos here. Let's see here. He's done some really good let's see here. Somebody is texting me. Who's texting? Okay. I don't know who that is in the text. It doesn't tell me who texted it.
Hey, Elon, just FYI, you have an open mic.
Don't tell me when I put it in here. Traders within spies who sold out America. Okay. All right. Let's see.
I do want to fix my car. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's go with this one. Get rid of the commercial here. Sorry about that. I'm going to skip the ads.
So they're the one that makes that choice usually.
Okay. Check this guy out. His name's, he goes by Professional Monkey on YouTube. And I listened quite a bit to him. He's funny, he's engaging, and you know, he's been a biker all of his life. Lives down in South Florida. And goes to Sturgis every year. If you guys haven't heard him before, he's fairly entertaining. I'll give you a little sample of some of the stuff on motorcycles that I listen to. Here you go.
So I'm doing a shortcut because I just did a long cut of this like Sturgis budgeting video. It was a half hour long. And some of you are like, I don't need the Bible. I just need like the concepts here. So I'm gonna do a shortcut of it too, and I'm gonna try and rattle through this kind of quickly to cut that down. But there'll be a link in the description below. But if you want to know philosophically more about the budgeting for my Sturgis trip and how I think some might do it, I'll put a link in the description, and I'm sure you can find that pretty easily. But here's the shortcut that we're gonna go through my Sturgis budget, probably your average individual Sturgis budget, and then kind of an idea of how you can do it on the cheap. So, quickly, I have notes. Email me. I'll put my email address down below here if you want this this Excel file with some formulas in it if you want to play around with it and kind of see what I'm talking about. And I'll probably try and kind of put things up here. But yeah, so fuel, major category. Because if you're riding your bike, you're driving your pickup truck, you're pulling a cargo trailer, or like me, you're pulling a big old RV, this is going to be a big line item unless you're riding your bike. So national average for gasoline right now is about $3.30 a gallon. Could go up. I'm just going off what it is right now. National average for diesel is about $3.60 a gallon, $3.58. I'm going to use the estimate of $3.75 a gallon for diesel from a pickup. For me, it is 4,700 miles. I don't know why I always end up odometering around 5,000, but that's what it says, about 4,700 miles on the truck. I get 9 miles to the gallon. I've done this multiple times. I've pulled that rig full of bikes about 12,000 miles total since I bought it in 2020, and I get 9 miles a gallon. That's 522 gallons of diesel, which is a total cost of $1,958.33, just under $2,000 in fuel just to get there and back. I buy passes to both Glencoe and the Buffalo Chip because I like to come and go as I want to, no matter which one I'm staying at. I've stayed at both. Passes for Glencoe right now are $279. I don't think they go up. The pass for Buffalo Chip is $295. It will go up. So if you're going to go to the Buffalo Chip, buy it early because it goes up and gets, I think, 50, 60 bucks higher by the time you actually get to the rally. Those never sell out. My RV site. They can be done a lot cheaper, but I choose the big one. The big one is 20 feet wide by 80 feet long. That way I can fit bikes, friends, truck, I don't have to put stuff in a storage lot, all that stuff. That RV site is $985. I know it's a lot. Again, I choose that. Groceries. I stock my rig with stuff to eat on the way up there in that back, and then to have snacks and shit. That's about $300. Shut up. Liquor. I know liquor is not allowed into the Buffalo Chip unless you buy it there, but there are many cubby holes in an RV to hide them. Didn't say that. About $250 for some good bourbon and stuff. Blow money. I've done this for years, and it's gotten to be around $2,500-ish for me and my wife to be there for 9 days. She's there half the time, but about $2,500, maybe even a little more. That's a sandwich when you're out in beer for 9 days when you're at Sturgis. It is expensive, and a couple t-shirts and crap. Vendor spending. I like to keep $500 if possible to the side in case there's a new thing out that I want that I see at Black Hills Harley. Tolls, it's a line item. It's $100 in tolls in Florida, in and out. KOAs, I stop at KOAs along the way, so it's 6 nights in a KOA total, getting there and coming back. It's about $30 a night for KOA. Again, I explained my philosophies and all this stuff in the other video, but it got too damn long. But there you go. 1880s train, we do like to do that. Really cool thing to do if you're up there at $60 for 2 tickets. Bike gas during the rally, you're going to burn a tank a day without fail, at least. If you're riding all day, every day. So about $300 for that. And then Mrs. Monkey flies in and out. She can't take all the time off, not from her work, but from our child. So that's $700. So that is a total, get ready for this, of $8,427.33. Again, email me if you want this file and you can see the math, but just under $8,500. I know that's expensive. I know it's crazy. Somebody think I'm stupid. Fine. That's how I like to do it. Now, this other set of calculations I'm doing next is if you went on a bike but stayed in a hotel, which is pretty common. A couple assumptions. A, you are going to ride straight through, 1,000 miles each way. B, 1,000 miles. Seems to be like sort of a pretty happy number for a lot of people. And then again, fuel of $3.93 a gallon. So the assumption there is premium. That's national average for premium. So assuming you're on premium in your bike. So 2,000 miles total by 30 miles a gallon at $3.93 a gallon is $262. So there you go. That hotels are expensive. I poked around. There are better deals out there, I'm sure, but it seems like a lot of you are going to be spending about $300 a night. And if you go for the whole rally, that doesn't even include any resort fees they might get you for, which can happen. That's $2,700. Makes an RV sound not that bad at $985 when you're paying $2,700 for a hotel room. Rally gas still about $300 here, burn a tank all day. Blow money assumption was still $2,500. I don't know if I said that. So that total is $6,162. Used to be $5,000 was a number, but inflation, things have gone up, etc. It is about $6,100 for the average couple to go to Sturgis. Now, you can do it on the cheap. You can shave things here and there. Maybe ride half as far. Maybe you stay half as long. You don't go the full 9 nights. There's a million different ways to shave that number down and still have a lot of fun while you're there. Or you can do it on the cheap. I mentioned in the other video, one of my buddies on the channel here who's an expert is Neil up in Alaska. He's great about knowing all the cheap places to grab breakfast that are a good deal. He's an expert. I invite him to comment. Please do. All of you, please comment. An idea if you want to do this on the cheap. Riding your bike, again, loaded down, late model, 2 people, about 30 miles a gallon. Again, at $3.93 a gallon, at about 2,000 miles. round trip. Still same number, $262. Campground pass. This is if you're tenting. If you are tenting at the Buffalo Chip, it's a pretty good way to go because you get all the concerts included. You either have access to the Buffalo Chip or you do not. There's no such as a concert ticket and a camping pass. You buy a camping pass even if you're just going to the concert. That's how it works. That's $295. You buy them right now. So 2 people, $295. Call it $600 for 2 people to camp for the whole time. That's tenting. Another assumption in this like on the cheap budget. This is assuming you already have all the gear, that you have your tent, you have sleeping bags, you have all that stuff, you don't have to buy none of that stuff, and that you're a experienced tenter. So $600 for camping passes. Food and drink, I think you could get her done for $1,000 if you were miserly, careful, used a cooler at your campsite and made sandwiches and stuff. I think you could get her done for $1,000 and didn't drink a lot of outside drink. You somehow smuggled your libations in. So I think you could get that done for about $1,000, maybe $1,500. And then rally gas again. That's a freaking in stone kind of deal. About $300. So that's about $2,200, maybe $2,500. But a couple can go to Sturgis, stay at the Buffalo Chip in a tent, go 1,000 miles on the bike, ride all week, have some spending money, this, that, and the other for around $2,500, and then you can inflate those numbers and tweak them however you want. But this is episode 1 of the 2022 Sturgis series. I will be doing all the episodes I did before, but I had so many questions about what does this shit cost that I did this video just on how this works, and then we'll go into other stuff like best rides, best places to eat, best place to get a drink, and where to stay, and my whole campground philosophy later. But been going to Sturgis since I was 13 years old. I am not an expert, but I feel like I'm not an idiot either. So I love this conversation. I love to talk about Sturgis Rally. It's my favorite thing to do in the year. It's my 1 week, 2 weeks actually, where it's just all about me and I don't have to worry about daddy duties and the organization shall not be named and all that stuff that's normal parts of life. So let's start chatting. Let's start preparing. If you're going, start buying stuff now. Real quick, how I budget for this throughout the year, because some people say, holy crap, an $8,500 check. I'm not writing an $8,500 check. I budget this throughout the year. So right now, if you're going to Sturgis this year, you need to figure out your accommodations plan. So if you're staying at the Buffalo Chip, you need to buy your passes now. The price is going to go up. I need to buy my RV spot now because they're going to sell out, right? So right now I got an RV, a Buffalo Chip pass, and an RV spot booked. Right, I got that much done. The KOA bookings, I'll do that in a couple months. When I got a spare couple $100 laying around, I'll book the KOAs. 1880s train, I'll buy that in a couple months before those sell out because they do. Around April, I'll buy the plane ticket. Any later than that, price starts going up, gets stupid. Ongoing, how we deal with our blow money spending is our Sturgis our Sturgis savings never stops. So it's automated in my accounts that we have a savings account named Sturgis. That's all it is. And automatically, every one of my paychecks comes in.
Okay, so you kind of get an idea of, how big and how, so many people, the cost, the economic impact of Sturgis is. When you consider that the number of bikes that end up there in Sturgis throughout that whole rally period is, I've heard figures of 25,000 motorcycles will transit through Sturgis, South Dakota during that 2 week, it's about a week and a half total, the 5th through the 14th. But then you have people that, like myself, we're going to get there early, stay a few days into the actual rally time frame, and then we're probably going to split out, and Jeff and I are hopefully going to be transiting back this direction. That could change. That's subject to some change because of just conditions and different things. So, but that's... when you see the number of bikes, when you see like somebody puts up a drone over the Sturgis rally. The main street there is just nothing but bikes the whole day way down. You go to any of the other, you go into Rapid City to the Harley dealership there where they have a huge thing there. Mark 3YZ says Sturgis hotel rooms cost $300 a night. It's cheaper to fly in and out to Sturgis every day from 100 miles away. Yeah, probably. Let's see here. Mighty Tort says Sturgis sounds like a special fish that provides a lot of caviars in Russia. There's actually a USMC Mom says there's a Sturgis camera. Is that like a live YouTube channel or something? Interesting. I'll log that in. Interesting. Yeah, because right now, there's not a lot happening. There's vendors are showing up. They're getting the area set. Sturgis itself, the economic impact on Sturgis every year is incredible. I mean, there are bars that open up for just the Sturgis rally, and then they're closed the rest of the year. Because there's not enough people in the area that can support all the different bars and things like that. But so there are bars that will open up during the rally, and then they're closed the rest of the year. It just goes south. I got trucks and stuff. Thumping Jeff, just saying, yeah. Oh man, I tell you what. I found the Sturgis camera. It's just showing Biden who got lost. Okay. Oh, funny. All right. Anyway, that's kind of the bit of Sturgis there. All right. Let's get back to some news here because there's certainly plenty of it. But I thought for a little change in the scene here. Do a little professional monkey. He was pretty serious in that one. He was pretty straight up. The Biden administration will be terribly vexed to learn that one company it hates the most, Exxon, we're confident the sentiment is mutual, reported record quarter details for the company, which is reaping the rewards from surging commodity prices and the Biden admin's destructive green energy policies that have sent gas prices to record highs. Net income reached $17.9 billion, surpassing the previous record set in 2008, another year I spoke about already earlier on the show. Adjusted estimated EPS. I'm not sure what EPS stands for. $4.14, beating the estimate of $3.98, and about 4 times more than the $1.10 a year ago. Operating cash flow in Q2 was a record $20 billion on year-to-date basis. Free cash flow in H1 has more than doubled year-on-year to $27.7 billion. Come on, scroll. And now it will scroll uncontrollably. Results strengthened in second quarter 22 versus first quarter 2022. Earnings increased to $18 billion, reflecting recovering demand and tight supply of oil, gas, and refined products. More moderate price increases improved unsettled derivatives position. Higher upstream volumes driven by Guyana and Permian growth and recovery from weather impacts in Canada, partially offset by mixed offsets and expenses across all businesses reflecting normal seasonality. Gain on U.S. Barnett shale gas divestment. Going down the list, refinery throughput of 3,988 I guess KBD, is that barrels, 1,000 barrels per day, or is that okay? Total revenues and other income, $115.68 billion. They estimated $119.4 billion. Upstream production, I wish they'd explain some of these abbreviations. Anyway, some more financial insights. Generated earnings of blah, 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 blah. The company's cash flow. See, 18.9. I guess that's... terribly written ad or article. Terribly written. It doesn't explain what the... if you're going to put in the abbreviations, explain what they are. Damn it. Anybody have any idea what any of these abbreviations mean? Please put it in the chat. But I'm done with this article. There's just too many things I'm trying to guess at here. And that just makes no sense to... okay. Let's take a look at headlines here, see if there's any new headlines. Okay, this is breaking information here. Breaking, Fed gauge on inflation jumps 6.8 from last year, highest in 40 years. Again, yesterday the U.S. Q2 gross domestic product was reported down for the second quarter in a row. This placed the Biden economy into a recession. But Biden and his gang attempted to redefine what a recession is in their effort to change the narrative about the horrible economy they have created. Oh my gosh, CNBC's Rick Santelli reacts to second quarter GDP drop, blasts Biden regime for trying to redefine recession. Moments ago, the government released its latest numbers on inflation. Inflation is another symptom of the horrible economy created by the Biden gang. AP reports an inflation gauge that is closely tracked by the Federal Reserve jumped 6.8% in June from a year ago, the biggest increase in 4 decades, and leaving Americans with no relief from surging costs. Friday's government figures underscored the persistence of the inflation that is eroding Americans' purchasing power, dimming their confidence in the economy, and threatening Democrats in Congress in the run-up to the November midterm elections. On a month-to-month basis, prices rose 1% from May to June, faster than the 0.06% rise from April to May, and the biggest jump since 2005. The separate government report Friday reinforced the fact that the economy remains gripped by inflation pressures. A measure of employees' wages, including government workers, jumped 1.6% in April through June quarter, matching a record high reached last fall. Higher wages can fuel inflation if companies pass their higher labor costs on to their customers, as they typically do. The AP report goes on, and it's horrible news for Biden. This week, Walmart said its profits would fall because its customers are spending more on pricier food and gas, leaving them less able to buy clothes and other discretionary items. Likewise, Best Buy downgraded its sales and profit forecast because surging inflation has forced customers to reduce their purchases of electronics appliances. Procter & Gamble, which makes Tide detergent and Pampers, among many other consumer staples, said that its customers are also reining in their purchases, having spent more heavily in the spring. Inflation has been rising so fast that despite the pay raises many workers have received, most consumers are falling behind the pace of cost of living expenses. Well, again, your pay increases are minimal, to say the least. The company's going to get away with trying to pay you as little as possible to try to keep you on board if they need and value your services. All right. They've got to have a certain number of people in the store or in the business to conduct the business, or they don't make the money to begin with. So, they've got to keep their employees happy, at least enough to stay employed. However, on the other side of the coin, there are people out there that are, they want to leave no money on the table. Okay, that is another piece of the pie. You know, oh, raises are going up. This is going up. You know, we can't. You know, how much can you afford? Well, they're gonna squeeze you to the point. They're going to squeeze us all to the point where, you know, as you go up through the economic ladder, as you know, your status, you know, whether you're $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year, $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year income, you know, and moving up. As long as you are still working, you know, they want to glean as much money out of your pocket as they possibly can, because it's all about the movement of the money. They got to keep the money moving around. You got to keep scrambling for it. You got to keep spending it. You can't spend any time in your pocket. That is absolute death to this dollar. If you're not spending your money and you're leaving it in the bank, they will, you know. And the other side of that is, you know, we're seeing what happens when the banks basically say, oh no, your money that's here is ours. We're going to keep it. You don't get to have it. You don't have access to it. Tough luck. You know, sorry to be you. You know, when that happens, then, as we've seen in China, as we've seen in Sri Lanka, and other places where this is starting to happen, you know, then, you know, the shit really hits the fan and things get ugly. High inflation and interest rates are also hampering the U.S. economy, which shrank in April-June quarter for a second straight quarter, intensifying fears that a recession is looming. As we reported yesterday, the Biden gang must decide between curtailing inflation or saving the economy. They can't do both. They're going to try. Biden couldn't do worse if he was trying to destroy the economy. They're well on the way to making that happen. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? Let's see what's happening in our stupid little burg here. See what kind of stupidity.
I am. Hey, you had an open mic the whole time.
Yeah, I just realized that when I just put my headset on, I was like, wow, my mic's been open all night.
I'm trying to get your attention, but I guess you didn't hear me.
Easier and
faster. Well, I guess you getting your car fixed
now. To talk about infrastructure.
Oh, you heard me on phone with insurance.
Every single conversation.
Every bit of it.
Yes.
Let's see.
You had your shark story on too.
Center services.
It's Shark Week, bro.
We get hot.
Yeah, I know. I tried to get your attention, but I guess you couldn't hear me.
History can help you get a home loan.
Not at all.
Oh, way to go. Well, nothing bad, but it's good that you gave me the car fixed, though, you know.
Yeah, they might be sending me a check.
Yeah. That's just what you need. You need
probably to salvage or what they're going to do. Take the car?
No. Sending me a check for the window. What you mean?
Watch now.
Just for the window.
Yeah. In India, that's good. Ships must slow down more often.
Are they coming out just to look at it, or just usually they come out?
They're just doing
ships are getting in the whales are getting in the primary
claim investigation or whatever.
Okay.
They're like, they want to talk to my friend that I called that day and talk to about it, my buddy that I work on cars with. And I called him and I was just like, dude, the back window, my Camaro was smashed out and stuff, you know. We were talking about different alternatives, ways we could fix it. Probably going to end up taking it over to his garage, so. I gave them his number so they could call him and just confirm what I was telling them.
Politics. Let's go over and see what they've if they've put anything new up on screen.
It's like Elon's on the phone with Jake from State Farm.
It was actually Flo from
Michigan Democrats openly plot election fraud scheme in Republican state House race.
That's probably
this is
my first insurance company.
Today. Let's take a look
when
at
I went
this.
on my own, I had my own insurance cards. Cover was through them.
They're not bad. They want to take care of you. They want to keep you.
Come on, Donald.
They do, but their price gone up since then, though.
All right.
You know,
Michigan Democrats
everything gone up, but
election fraud in a Republican state house race.
Personally, I'm not trying to look for the cheapest insurance company.
and urging
I'm trying to look for one that'll pay
illicitly
something out
flood
when it
the
matters.
Republican primary race
You know?
during the August 2nd primary.
I can pay any insurance company. What matters is once it comes down to the time I need money back. You know?
Mannery, a far-left liberal, into office as
I need an
Republican
insurance
under false
company that'll
pretenses
actually pay
by
out.
duping the voters on election day.
I always have my car fully
All it takes
covered.
is a few thousand local Democrats and independents
Just
to vote
peace of
over
mind,
on
you
the
know, when
Republican side of
something
the primary
happened.
ballot for Ann.
I'm fully
and
covered.
Not cross your ballot and vote for any Dems this time, Schultz wrote in a Facebook post.
That's why.
Ann is the pro
Even my truck,
reproductive
my old
rights,
truck.
pro-gun safety, and pro-LGBT.
She was telling me, now when you get a check, it's up to you what you spend it on. But don't come back asking for another one.
We have to be pro-gun, safety meaning anti-gun. She believes in the validity of the 2020 election. Well, that should show you.
It's like,
something.
don't
I think
worry,
you
I
should
want to
listen
fix my car.
to her on that one. She is, after all,
There you
the
go.
county
You
clerk.
should be getting it.
She's a 30-year-plus public
Within
servant
what,
in our
a
county
week?
who has always put people
Well,
over politics.
no, there's
regardless of
still
party. I
a little
would
bit
like
more to
have her
figure
as
out,
my
but it's
representative,
not
she
completely
added.
settled yet.
Okay.
Mannery is taking on Bill
Yeah,
Schuett
I see.
Jr. in the Republican primary.
Well, at least you got one thing,
95th
you know,
State
out of
House
your
district. Schuett's
Yeah.
years.
A little bit of
Bill
responsibility
Schuett Sr.,
taken care
the
of
Trump
for the day.
endorsed Republican nominee for
Yeah,
governor
that's good
in
stuff.
2018. Schuett Sr., the state's former attorney general,
I
lost to
haven't heard
current
anybody
Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who
came on
oversaw
here.
the presidential
Huh?
vote
Except
steal
earlier
operation
today.
against Donald Trump in 2020. Mannery is clearly willing a
Well,
willing
I'm
party
just
to
sitting here,
Schultz's dishonest,
see what's the market's
and
gonna do.
potentially illegal election fraud ploy. Reposting
Looked at it
Schultz's
too
articles
close, but
regularly
when I was
on her
peeking
own
at it from
Facebook
my
page.
bed, it looked like
Mannery
it
is coming out of the closet as a
It's
liberal
going back
started
disguise.
to turn down.
The fact
Yeah.
that she
Yeah.
concealed for decades to
Which is
serve
good.
as clerk in the
Yeah, that's
solidly
good. I'm waiting
conservative
for it to go
county
down a little bit more.
Big
People are
League
making a move.
Politics has reported on the
What
immense
did
corruption
ETC
committed
top out
by
at?
other
think
Michigan clerks who are being
44?
brought up on charges of
45,
improprieties,
47.
after
Yeah,
looking
45.
the other way as fraud occurred in the 2020
Yep.
presidential
So I'll
election.
wait.
Genesee
I mean, I
County
took
Clerk,
profit last night, so I'm gonna
Registered John Gleason,
stick
who
around.
was overseeing the city of Flint during the
See
2020
how low it can
presidential
go.
election, is being charged with bribing and intimidating a
Buy
witness,
back
as well
in.
as neglecting his duties. Gleason has been charged with felony witness
Possibly.
intimidation, which can be punished.
I mean,
by
I'd like to
4
see it
years
at
behind bars
20,
and a $5,000
like,
fine.
what,
His
25
misdemeanor
again?
willful neglect
But
of duty
if
charge
that's
could
the
be
case,
punished
that'd be
with up to
awesome.
1 year behind bars and a $1,000 fine.
Shoot.
Tuscaloosa,
Load up, run.
Tuscola County prosecutor Mark Renee, or whatever.
Me too,
Genesee
Linda.
County Sheriff Chris
My
Swanson
God, I
announced the charges during a Friday afternoon press conference.
Big profits.
Swanson gave little intelligent
Yeah.
details,
Oh
but said
my
it involved
God.
two females who encountered behavior on the job that led
I
to
just said,
charges.
oh my god.
Okay.
Just,
Before Gleason
I
became the
took
county clerk,
profit at
he served
probably
as a
too early.
Democrat in
Well,
the Michigan
too
State Senate
early, but
from
better
2009
safe
to
than sorry, though.
2012, and in the State House of
wanna
Representatives.
One that I'm
take
just kicking
2006.
myself for not
He's one
buying.
of the first people in
But
out,
I'm happy everyone's making money.
out in the
It
media
makes
to
me
deny
smile.
widespread voter fraud.
I mean, when we
in the
all make
2020
money,
presidential
we
election.
should also
It
be
runs
happy.
deep
I
in
mean, I
Democrat-led
bought
states,
XLM,
cities, and counties
XRP,
throughout
and
the country.
Doge.
They
And those were
looked
the
other way
ones
during
I
the
put my
election
money
fraud of
into.
2020, and the
And they didn't do
actors
bad.
who betrayed
I've got,
the nation are now
you know,
only
I
starting
got
to be
profit,
revealed
but
in the public
I didn't
eye.
get ETC.
After
But
getting
I'm
away
happy
with
to
the
see
election
everybody
steal
else
during the
that
2020
did is making money.
presidential race,
The
Democrats
next
are
time
feeling
we'll
emboldened
get you
and
on board
publicly
with us.
announcing their schemes to undermine voter
I
integrity.
was just holding out.
The
He
scheme by
hadn't stole
Mannery and
his stuff.
Schultz seems to fail on
It's
August.
this
needs to
mental
fail
thing
on
with me. I
August
don't
2nd,
like
and a
it,
future
period.
Republican
I
governor
don't
ought
like
to
it, period.
prosecute both women.
That's my thing.
Well,
So we have,
Ethereum
both of these
to
people
me,
that are,
right? It's
trying
to me, it's probably one of the easiest
squeeze
one
in
that I can make
as,
profit off. You know,
fake Republicans.
it go down, but then once it
into
kick in,
Michigan,
once it kick in, it go really high. You know,
and,
as far as when we bought.
poll
And I mean,
overwhelmingly,
the only thing that's
majority
kind of
Democrats
getting me
want to give
behind
Joe Biden the boot
UTC
in
is that
2024.
all
We
the
kinda covered that one a
miners
little
are
bit
moving
yesterday.
to it because
Controversial
regular
child
Ethereum's
gender
going to
clinic
proof of
forced to
stake.
shut down after
So-
Republic
Next
finds
month,
it's
no,
not safe
September,
or
right?
viable.
That's where.
August.
Took a
It's
James
August,
to figure that one out.
beginning of
didn't it?
August.
ETC is
And
going to
DC
be where
mayor calls for
ETH
activating
is.
National Guard. We've heard about that one already.
All the
And
miners
then
are
we
moving to
have the United
ETC
States has
because they
approved
want to continue
$920
mining.
million in arms sales to Japan
They're not
and
moving
Singapore
to
to balance
proof of
against
stake.
China's
So
growing influence.
Yeah.
Let's sell more weapons. That's a really thought.
I don't know. I really think regular Ethereum, since they're going to proof of stake, it's going to be one big liquidity, and it's just going to fail. That's my own personal thoughts on it. But ETC is staying mining and proof of work, so
Jeez.
There might be something
Did
there.
you ever think that we would be looking at this kind of crap? Did you ever think in your life?
I just got back. We were doing some sightseeing, checking out farmers markets and cool stuff around here. And then
over the top.
Just came home, had some lunch, and
what do you do with
she
this?
wants to go shoot her Rugers
in the world
38 specials and all stuff. So we're gonna go shoot at the tactical range. So I'm looking forward to this.
Kind of crazy.
Nice.
Let's see here.
I'm just getting dressed. I heard you guys talking. You guys pop in and say hello. Everybody staying out of trouble?
We're winding down to the end of today's show, and
just
I want to say thank you very much
got
for
off the
joining
phone
me
with
today.
my
It's
insurance
always a pleasure.
company.
It's always an honor.
I think they're going to replace my window.
What happened?
I will be.
Oh, you didn't
back
hear?
tomorrow
The back
night,
window of my Camaro got
for
smashed.
the Hybrid
Oh,
Drive
damn.
early
That's
Saturday
It was like-
session. So
what happened,
please
man?
join me there.
It was like
if you
Tuesday.
would.
I just went out to my,
That will
walked out my door of my
probably-
house
no,
and
I'll do
saw
the,
my window was fucking smashed.
the Magnum show
You don't know if it was
Monday morning,
vandalism or
and
like
then,
nature, Mother
starting on
Nature's
Tuesday,
tree or something.
Digital Warrior
Yeah, there
will be
wasn't no
covering
tree
for me,
limb or
and,
rock around.
Big Coyote will be
Way to
covering
tell why or
the
how, but
Hyperdrive shows starting Monday night.
it's broken.
That way I can get
That
a
sucks,
good
man.
night's rest. And
Yeah, I went out
get
there
on
and
the
saw it
road
with my
good
heart.
and early Tuesday
Right.
night for,
I could imagine.
Sturgis.
Did the insurance going to cover it?
I think so. They're doing their little
big,
investigation
call
if
out,
they
big thanks
feel
to,
they need
Big
to, you
Coyote
know.
for
But
jumping in and
I'm
being
not-
willing to
cover that.
hang up late
And
there
they don't
on
raise holy hell.
Monday night and Wednesday night.
If they
pretty sure they're
don't,
gonna send me a
give me their-
text.
Saturday.
Give me their number, I'll call
depending
them.
on when we get back from Sturgis.
Gonna get on.
I'll be
Sick
I will
London
be
on 'em.
trying to
They don't want
check
that.
in, from Sturgis. We'll see how that works out. I do have Zoom on my phone, and
it didn't seem like they were trying to wiggle out of it at all.
in the
No.
Zoom room.
Yeah, hold my
Various times and give you kind of a look at what is happening in Sturgis there.
I got progressive,
If
so
not, then I'm having a good time.
Flo's trying to
and,
keep me
my
on her
phone's not
side.
working right or something. Who knows?
Flo, I love you.
Again, I want to say thank you and everything, and look forward to
Lizard.
seeing you
I have
on
Geico.
Hyperdrive tomorrow night, starting at 9 p.m.
For
Pacific
the
time.
car.
With that said, shall we wrap up today's
I had to watch that video you put in general,
little
the truck in
get
Walmart.
together here?
It's crazy.
I want to say thank you, and
Someone drove their truck straight into the store.
They were just looking for management.
okay. Yeah, I've got to get with
It's handicap
Shaq
parking,
Panther
right?
to,
Can I get a
have,
manager?
on a call here, this morning. So, with that
I've only
said,
been asking for 4 hours.
we'll fire up the Blue Beast here and get things rolling on the end of the show celebration because, yes, folks, it is, has been, and it will be all day long. Magnum Friday, and, you know, we always have fun on Magnum Friday. So let's do it. Get your riding boots on, get some eye protection, headgear if you need it, and let's fire 'em up.
Walmart's probably
Let's
going to
go.
buy them a new truck because their shelf damaged it. Walmart just promotes chaos. They allow people to come in there and scream and scream and scream, and then they hand them whatever it is that they're screaming about. And then allow the person to come in there and do it again next time.
You get the random dumbasses doing TikTok.
Yeah, that too. Dancing on top of shelves and shit.
Yeah. Stupid shit that if you fall off, you're really gonna hurt yourself.
But the dumbest thing is like I got fired over a no-call, no-show that I had put in for vacation. But one of the coworkers that I had on my crew that I worked with had like 8 points, and you're only supposed to be able to get up to 5. I was fired for 7, and another person on my team had 8.
They just did you dirty.
That's why I said they just wanted, they didn't like me because I spoke out about stuff.
But you shouldn't have to speak out. I mean, if they were doing what they were supposed to be doing, you wouldn't have to speak out. You know?
Yeah. I spoke up. I didn't just keep my head down and do my job. So they had to get rid of me.
Yeah, Walmart is gracious or kind.
I was talking with my roommate that, well, we had somebody move into our spare room. It's my sister's friend. Like, she works at the Target next to us, and she was spending like $50 a day to go into work on Ubers, like from where she was staying. And she works at the Starbucks in the Target. So I mean, she doesn't make enough to be spending $50 a day on Ubers, first of all. And she was telling me that she saw someone just not, like, I think it was like last week, that there was a lady in there that was like basically like $1 or $2 short, and she was at the self-checkout, and she just kept rummaging through her purse and like looking around at people, and like she wanted someone to help pay for something, and she kept telling the tenant no, she didn't want something taken off. She had the money, she was just looking for it, and like I guess it was a whole scene, and she was there for like 20-25 minutes, and just like basically looking for money but not ever finding it, and trying to get someone to pay for it for her. But then she said that she ended up pulling out money and just paying for it and leaving. And I was like, holy shit, you're kidding.
Really?
Yeah, at a Target. At a Target.
Why?
And I was like, Jesus, first of all, you never see that kind of shit in a Target. And then, second of all, that's awesome that Target didn't just give her the shit. They let her stand there and look for her fucking money.
Maybe she got disappointed and thought she was at Walmart.
Yeah, she said Target don't put up with that shit. They'll just open a new aisle. They'll move everybody over to a different register. Go ahead and look for your money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't believe she would look. And then she had, unless she seriously.
I don't like to make assumptions of why people are acting the way they are, but she said she looked like she was tweaking, like she was either on drugs or needed drugs. You know what I mean?
She wanted to spend her drug money on the merchandise.
Yeah, she didn't want to spend her money on the stuff she needed. She wanted to buy drugs.
Yeah. There you go.
And I don't like to make those assumptions, but a lot of times that is what's happening.
We don't like to, but as a society, we do it all the time. All the time.
More often than not, that is what's happening, though.
Yeah. And I guarantee you never know the story. So sometimes when we make up in our head, it's better. We'll remember it too. No.
Just don't like to think that, because what if, she was coming in there for a couple things she needed from Target, like she had to get food or, lunch money for her kid at school for the week, or, she was breaking into some other money other than drug money, Maybe she was really stressed out about having a hard time in life, not drugs. That's why I don't like to make those assumptions. People can really be on hard times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and sometimes you don't know it.
Yeah, maybe that money that she pulled out to pay for it was her kid's lunch money or something,
Or treatment money. I mean, you never know. We used to take so many charity cases, and our company just isn't doing it. It really bums me out.
And the even shittier part to think about is, like, sometimes it is that kind of situation where the kid needs lunch money, but the person was still looking at that money as drug money.
Oh, yeah.
you know, you know that money should have been their kid's lunch money. That person is still thinking of it as drug money.
One of the things, I mean, I'm grateful for, like, for society, for kids to go to school, because if they do get to eat there, you know?
Yeah, there are free lunches and shit.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, kids can't go out and get their own food. They can't go out and work. They can't do nothing. So if their parents can't get it for them, it is good they at least get it at school.
I mean, some people just need help, right? And like right now with the heat and shit, it's hot as ball. Even so my neighbor, she breeds dogs, and we had the constable show up this morning. She's not there, she's at the ranch, but I'm like, this lady has got fans and air conditioning for those dogs. I'll go be it. Some lady was mad, I guess, in California, but I'm like, why do people have to make shit up?
Oh, I'm going to have to do some real editing on that stuff and make it work. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Always a pleasure, always an honor. And you guys have a great rest of your day. And we'll catch up to you later. And it is now time for No Regrets, who looks like, are you by yourself, Gertz,
That's
today?
insane.
That's
kind of digital will be here before too long.
I'm sorry, I'll go down to the local shelter.
Dee Dee and Kyra,
Yeah.
she might drop in, but I think she had a doctor's appointment today, so
yeah.
later. And Tim, well, you know, he did the late show or early morning, whatever you want to call it. So I have, well, people in live chat know what I'm talking about, but I've recorded him doing the
she was out back. I threw the ball for her for a little bit. She didn't want to come in, so
we won't miss.
I think she's still laying out back.
Ah, okay.
I should go check on her.
Okay. Well, he was having fun last night. I listened to him on his show last night.
She likes
hey,
the sun.
Sleepwalker, good to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna have a ball out there. We're gonna. I found out there's several other people who are.
I was going outside, but she just gets either so overheated.
As a matter of fact, Jones Knit, her husband is going to Sturgis, so we'll hopefully hook up with him, and obviously Tim and Jeff, and maybe we'll see some other people there that might recognize us. Who knows?
Yeah, my ex-husband used to go before he died. You know, actually, I think he went the year before he died. Yeah, it was like such a big deal. They'd have a caravan from Oklahoma. Everybody, heading to Sturgis.
Oh, yeah. When you see the pictures of the number of bikes there, each one of those bikes at least represents one person. And many of them.
Did anyone watch the girl in the picture?
Oh, my God.
Tim was
told Daryl to watch it.
He was so worried
I
about
don't know what you're talking
bears
about. So no.
It's a documentary.
I think it was
fucked up.
or
It's
the
like,
day before he
I can't believe this
day
person
before,
went through all
I
this
don't
shit.
even know. But he
It's on
was
Netflix.
Anxious to
I told Scotty
get
about
back
it
to
too.
installing a window in it because he, it's a 3-day trip for him.
Right.
Little,
messed up.
Whatever, camper thing on the back of his truck. So
have you started looking for a job?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch his show.
No, not yet. I should.
I usually
I
play
think I know what I want to apply for, and I should be able to get it. I just haven't wanted a job yet.
The late night
Hey,
people that
if
I
you
always miss.
You can do your own thing and
I kind of
get away with it. Do
let
it.
him go, let him run. The whole thing.
That's how
Yeah.
you can kind of keep up.
Got a-
Because, I mean, if you if
a
you're out and
roommate
about and you're running around,
that
like I'm outside,
can pay
walking
us
the
half
dogs
of
or
what she
taking
was
care of
paying
errands
Uber
over
a
at my
month.
mom's house or whatever.
And
Can't listen 24/7. all the
my
time,
cousin,
Well,
they had their
I can
ar
have
broke
it going
down,
in the
and
background, and then
they
I
were
can run.
have
What I
well
like about
him and his girlfriend both work at the Walmart I used to work at, and they have different schedules typically. So they were taking 4 separate Uber rides a day, which could sometimes that would end up being about $80 for them both to get back and forth to work. So I told them I would do that for them for half as much. I could do it like for $10 a ride rather than 20. And that cuts that bill in half for them and helps me out.
And yes, Big Kahuna, you can come in and do the I told you so, but I'm going to compare you to Tim. You come on.
So I've been figuring out different ways to get my money.
Butt in here. She doesn't have to be on camera. I'm not on camera today. I'm wearing a tankini top.
Because fuck Uber, first of all.
Blue jeans,
I'm coming for their business first.
No makeup, and I am not going on air. You know, so, you know, come on, Sleepwalker, you can come in too. You can come in and we could have a I told you so.
It's not good
whatever. Off.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, you can do it too. You want to stick around?
Shit you do.
Get them.
Oh, I got my audition already. I think I failed.
Well, you know, not everybody has, the voice for it, for the Toad, Mr. Toad.
He could become a mobile mechanic.
And Barb, if you are out there,
I thought about that too, but I need a van.
Later, maybe.
And I don't have anywhere to keep a van.
And I'm going to go ahead and just get this started digital unless you want to. If you have it open.
If I want another vehicle, I have to get rid of my BMW. So I'm not getting rid of my
Camaro. Go ahead and you can do the share if you want. Get you ready.
I love the BMW a lot. I've had it longer and done more to keep it than the Camaro. But the Camaro's got a lot more potential to it.
I have a mute button on my headphones too, so.
If it came down to it, the BMW would go first.
Put it in chat.
Oh yeah, I'll send you the link in chat, and I'll go ahead and get started. So if the Big Kahuna and Sleepwalker, Sleepwalker's working in the car, he would. But if Big Kahuna wants to come in and have a toad off with Tim,
I had the BMW at a house I used to live in, and then we had moved out of there, and I put it in a storage unit for years while I was staying in different places and stuff. And then got this place and took it out of the storage unit, and it's in the driveway again. So I've kept up with quite a bit to hang on to that car without even driving it.
But okay.
I've just had it around and made sure to hold on to it and paid money to store it. Haven't even been able to drive it, but
we get to it. But hopefully,
I probably spent more money storing it than I did even paying for it.
Yeah, I would say it's time to cut that baby. Say bye bye.
Somewhere on Earth, it's
and get one later down the road.
2022.
That's the thing with those cars. They're sought after. People want them, and like the reason people want them is for drift cars, which is a hobby that smashes them up. They're really good drift cars, so they're becoming harder and harder to get all the time.
Well, it could be a really, really good payday.
Not yet.
Not yet. Just maybe.
I only paid $1,000 for it, and right now the only problem with it, I need to do the head gasket. I think. Well, I know because I've seen it in the exhaust. It has some white smoke in the exhaust, and it sprays coolant from a line somewhere above the head gasket. So I've got to take the top end apart and redo the rubber hoses and the head gasket.
At least you know what to do. Shit. I would have no freaking clue.
You are all on the front lines in this war of memes and pepes. And your memes will be
that's another job I just haven't started taking things apart
in
on.
2020.
Once you start taking things apart, the clock's ticking. You don't want rust getting in the engine. or corrosion starting or anything to happen, so you don't want to have the engine open very long. You only want to have it open as long as needed, unless you plan on completely tearing it down.
Pray. This is my dank meme. There may be some like it, but this one is mine. My meme is very spicy. It is not.
And then, well, you have to kind of plan for that too. But then you get into it, and then you probably find that you need other stuff.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta drive down to the parts store. It usually takes a couple more days than you plan on.
It would take me a lifetime. I'm just
not a whole lifetime. I mean, maybe a couple of years of figuring out.
If you know, you don't want. I'd take a hammer to it.
I mean, first car that I really started tearing and doing stuff on was my BMW. I bought that and it barely ran, and I started taking shit apart, figuring it out. And I was like, if I can learn on a BMW, I can do anything.
Yeah.
I've always been my approach to things is do the hardest part first, and then everything else will seem easy. Like my first tattoo was my chest, and I was like, everything else will seem like nothing after I do my chest.
I didn't give a damn. How many do you?
3 right now.
3?
Yeah. My chest, my thigh, and my calf on the leg. And I will say, I could have fallen asleep in either of the other two. My chest, the whole time. Pure pain. The chest was ridiculous, and I don't want to get the thing finished.
And I knew someone that had tattooed the inside of their lip. That's gotta hurt like.
I don't know. I've seen that too. And the person I asked, they said it didn't really hurt that bad. I was like, what? What?
I would think that would hurt.
I was like, I had my lip pierced, and I can remember the pain for a few days. Now, if it was just constant needles sticking into it, I couldn't imagine, man. And then how do you take care of that? How do you keep that clean in your mouth?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, and then, like, when they do their whole heads, that's gotta hurt, too. Well, why are people doing all they need to want? You seen that? I think I'm just clueless.
Okay, Big Kuyuna, he's here for the toad off with Tim, and also a special guest that I added to Tim's. So if you can hang on, Big Kuyuna, until we get through these first few slides, then we'll do the toad off.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some news outlets extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Now, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very nice.
I'm back.
Awesome.
One of my friends had stopped by.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday.
I had left some swimming trunks, flashlight over his place. Just stopping by because he was driving past. Shark Week on TV, like Shark Week for a reason? Is that like when sharks in the ocean are like feeding at the beaches the most? Or when they're most territorial or something?
I don't know how we should do this.
Oh.
Do you want to go first?
It's just a TV thing.
Big Kahuna, or do you want Tim and the surprise guest?
I would think they would
video?
correlate it to some time of the year when sharks are most dangerous.
You're on mute, man.
Like, and then name that Shark Week.
Hold on a sec. Let me.
It could, like, during like a certain migration.
Much better for a moment.
Yeah, or like when they're spawning
how you
and they're protecting their kids or their eggs, you know.
How you guys doing this morning?
Yeah, I mean, it could. I don't know.
96 here, which is
I
pretty
just
darn
thought
good
it was
for
a network
Oklahoma,
thing.
and you know, I'm
It's
enjoying
130 here.
It's 130 in
Because I mean, to me, it would make sense. Like Shark Week kind of spreads awareness about the danger of sharks and to be aware of them. And it would make sense to do that in a week when they're most dangerous. You know, when
I don't know.
sharks are more so going to attack
All
humans,
the same to me.
It's not that
or
bad,
more
guys.
apt to because of certain
Now,
reasons.
this is normal.
I mean, it can
This is
even be
normal
water
for
temperatures
us
that make them more ready to
And
attack.
last summer,
So-
we had no air conditioning this side of the house at
Yeah,
all.
but
so I'm
this is
kinda
midsummer, you know.
Actually,
I think end of summer.
So anyway, do you want to go first?
Because I think they would be getting.
Give it a shot.
I don't know if it was
Or
like
you
up
can,
north.
you know, listen to the other two,
South.
Tim and the
think it
special guest.
might be because like midsummer is
you can
like
listen to
the
those, and
warmest,
then you
and
can, do
sharks like
yours.
the warm water, don't
Okay,
they?
let's do it that way.
Okay, now live
So
chat.
this is when
Live
they're
chat.
coming to the shallows
Tim,
more, I think,
If Tim,
where people
Tim
are on the
Mull
beaches,
wins,
and people are out at the
type in
beach
a
the
1.
most in the hot part of
if
the
the
summer.
special guest wins,
So
type
maybe
in a
that
2,
that's
and
just
if
it.
Big Kahuna wins,
It's not really like
type in a 3. All right.
that they're protecting young or
Alright.
anything like that.
Here
That
we
could
go.
be probably any time of year.
All right.
They may like cold water. I mean, I
Everybody
wouldn't
see
think
that
that they
all
would like the
right?
really, really warm. Because in the shallows, it can get.
All right, here we go, guys.
I don't know.
Well, I know when sharks are feeding, that's when they move into shallower waters. They're looking for the fish they feed on. Now, not tiger sharks, bull sharks, they're the ones that they're very curious and they do exploratory bites on pretty much everything. But bull sharks, they're a different story. They're typically up rivers.
Okay, that's number 1. Number
Hammerhead. Yeah.
That's number 1, Tim Mull. Number 2.
And I've
is
heard
coming
that
up now.
hammerheads are more dangerous
Alright,
than the
Kahuna,
typical
you-
sharks you see.
You think you can beat
They're more
that?
apt to bite.
I don't know. That's a pretty good one.
We'll see if you can beat this
Now,
one.
I haven't done any of my own research with sharks. I just watch shit. But
Let me stop the share.
Some stiff competition there.
Hemsworth, he
That's
did
some
a
serious
special on Shark.
competition. I don't think I should have signed up for this event.
Come on, man, you can do it.
And he has a lady that's been studying him all her life. She's really knowledgeable. But she's like in her freaking 80s or something, and she still dives.
That's it.
Okay, they were just saying in this show that in certain times of the year, there is what they call an El Nino airflow that kind of creates these certain kinds of waves that move the sand, and it creates like that may have something to do with it as well, because surfers follow this, and this wave pattern that it creates moves sand and creates like a deep dip point, and that dip point and the way the water moves makes the plankton gather into this small deeper part that it creates in the sand, and that brings in bigger feeder fish, and then that brings the sharks. So it's this wave pattern that the airflow creates that ends up creating this feeding frenzy, and that's also what you were saying surfers follow. So that probably does happen around this time of year.
I'm not going to Sturgis. I don't have a bike to ride to Sturgis.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I got bikes, but that's kind of a Harley deal, you know. So.
What kind of bike do you have?
Go ahead, Digital.
Oh, what kind of bike do you have?
Well, and like when down here, if you go swimming,
that I putt around here with, and
lake
plus
or
I got tons of dirt bikes and
you
stuff
have those
like that,
snapping
you know.
turtles,
But
and when those suckers are big,
I need to get out there and build one.
Yeah, we got snapping turtles up here, and they get scary.
Those things are mean as hell.
Just saying.
Can I ride my
They're
Ninja?
not like.
I've dealt with some snappers when I'm fishing.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean,
they're not fun to get off a hook.
Maybe next year.
Okay.
They're just.
You want some long pliers for those fuckers.
I don't want to be anywhere near it. You can have the
out there.
You just leave the hook in his mouth. I can't leave a hook in anything's mouth.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm done.
You can have the whole pole. Keep the whole rod. Throw it in.
I just had to do that, Patty Jam. Sorry. I don't know what you look like.
For hospital bills.
You look like a merc. But, you know, hey, I can't beat Thumper or Choctaw Scout, you know. Can't beat them for the
They're just saying that sharks increase in temperature increases the energy needed to do whatever they do in the water. So maybe they do need colder water.
Yeah, I think
it's my birthday too. Yeah, it's my birthday.
I think it's like a strain that they find.
Yeah, so.
And when the two mix, that's when you get the gnarly waves.
Yeah. Wing dang doodle, half rights out
And
there.
so when the sharks move into the warmer water for feeding, they're exerting more energy in warmer water.
I'll get the tattoo that you see here.
Which
that makes sense physically because the water's when it's colder is more dense, which means they would float easier, be able to move through it easier.
Then
you know.
We'll see if you say something about how
they're
I'm
cold-blooded
right?
too, so that's even.
Trisha for out there.
They can go to those deep depths because it's cold as hell.
All day long.
When you get really, really.
Shell Michelle and Wires Works, Serpentina.
Like reptiles that are cold-blooded need to bask in warmth, so they may need to go to warm water sometimes. They probably can't stay in the cold.
Bonus Vibes, Just a Pug Q.
Yeah, I think orcas like
monkey about his divorced
stay
sister.
in the cold.
So, half right, you know, you might.
I know, like the whales like the warm water.
How she looks, Sleepwalkers out there.
They're usually like
happy birthday to
in
Maroon
February.
9.
They're in like
Hi, Lori
St.
Q.
Thomas.
Oh.
I'd like to go watch some whales.
Rising 1, 2, 3.
Go to the Virgin Islands. You don't even have to have a passport unless you go to St. John's. But you can go to St. Thomas, and you can see the whales migrate.
What's going on?
You should go there just for the hell of it.
Big Kayuna? Oh, is that your sweet baby? You got
we got 8 of them.
Oh my goodness, that one has little mittens.
Yeah,
St. Thomas.
They're cute. This is
yeah,
a cute
you're
batch of
because
kittens.
you're up north.
Again,
I think some of your flights are a little bit.
She had 2 litters this year. It's like, oh
might
my
have to
God.
take 2.
We got rid of the first litter, and now we're working on the second.
Oh,
but that's in it too.
Hi.
It's a what?
An adventure.
Oh yeah.
For Freedom says I'll take 4. 4.
Because they'll probably have to fly down south and then
I'm
get on
telling
another
you
one
don't want
to the
4
islands.
cats. Oh, Pam had a cardio version.
Yeah,
this
usually
morning.
like
I've had
even
that,
from
yeah,
Houston,
right before
like
my open heart.
sometimes
So
you'll fly
everybody
into like
let's pray for
Miami
Pamphlet,
before you hop
please.
over.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you can get direct.
Yeah,
Houston.
what that is, a cardio version, guys, is when your heart rhythm is out of whack and they can't fix it with drugs.
Belize isn't a long flight.
And so what they do is they go in and they
My friend, well, we're not really friends anymore. We haven't talked in years, but someone I used to be friends with was born in Belize and had moved to America before he was even a year old. His mother just had him in Belize, pretty much. She was in the military at the time when he was born, and she was stationed there, and then ended up moving back to the United States.
Can't they go in there and snip a nerve too? It's a what do they call it, a ablation?
But his dad, I believe, is in Belize still, and his sister's in California. He's gone out to see her a couple times.
When that happened, so
that's cool.
But he's never been to Belize. He's just shown me pictures of it. Shit that he's looked up, and I'm like, that place looks fucking awesome.
80 beats up to 230. It sits there.
I always teased him like, why the fuck would you move here? He wasn't even a year old. She had nothing
and then
to
they
do
said,
with it.
well, no, you got too much adrenaline. When you get anxious, you're shooting too much adrenaline down there. And you know what? I just let it go. It hasn't killed me yet. I'm 54 years
I would rather
old.
be broke and laying on an island, on a beach in Belize than living here in America trying to make it out.
Come out smelling like a rose, so
yeah,
I
everybody
think
there
it's just a
just
real
like
bad anxiety deal, So
it can be, and stress.
Get unemployment.
And
just pack your shit, and you're gonna get a check.
So,
keep doing your,
I don't know,
searches, and take that freaking money and go travel.
Usually,
I haven't been approved for unemployment yet.
Well, when you do, I mean,
it takes a little bit of time. They withhold it as long as they can.
Mine was shredded.
Yeah.
And Walmart fights and
I had
throws a fit.
every cardiac
You have to appeal.
in my chest. Because they called them when they
You
got
guys
in
fired
there.
me on
They didn't even realize
wrongful
it was shredded
terms.
until they got in there.
Look again, motherfuckers.
And I think it was from
they just have
over.
Walmart doesn't like to pay
I
unemployment.
was a nurse. I'm an old nurse. I think it was from all the lifting. I was the muscles on my floor, and they'd call me to other floors because I was, we didn't have a lot of male nurses or male aides, and so they would call me to other floors and on my floor, and I'm the one that had the muscles and could lift, like a 300-pound person.
I'll be right back. I have to go out to
and so it's
Office
like,
Depot.
I think that's what it was, but they never gave me a real answer. They'd never, the doctor that did it,
Office supplies.
he never would
What
say
supply?
what caused it. So, he'd never seen it before.
Office supplies. That's what she's
But
going
you know
to get.
One of the things that gets me
she said she'd go
is
into Office Depot.
I'm a pretty happy guy. I'm a half full cup kind of guy.
Got a big ass
I really don't
warehouse
like
for
to get
Office
down,
Depot
but
here.
when society
It's one of
paints me
their
into a
distribution
corner,
center, I
get
believe.
crabby and
Why don't
stressed
you hook a
out.
lady up then?
You know,
I used to
think
work there a long
I think
time
that's a lot of it.
You still got connections then.
Yeah.
I let it build up. I put it aside.
Pretty much wherever I go, I got connection. I was like,
Put
shit.
it out of my mind, but really, I guess I was
Almost 20
internalizing
years
it all.
ago.
And, so
It's a long time
So
ago.
you were
My back
like,
is
what,
fine, Lacey May,
43
It's my hips
when you were
with the
working there?
arthritis.
20 years
Fuck
ago?
you.
I used to
Damn you.
work out with the men
I'm about
at our
40, fool.
Nautilus here in town when it first opened, and I could bench press
Don't
300
make it sound
pounds
like I'm Donnie
at
or
that
Okie.
point until I looked at
Oh
myself
shit!
in the mirror
Shots fired.
one day naked.
Hey,
No. You're the one that does get
they weren't even
took
in
the
this.
landmine
I
right
looked
there, man.
horrible. I looked awful, but I
You know
never
they were
lost
older
all the
than me.
muscles.
I didn't
So
say
They
nothing
probably say not
about
by
them.
much.
you know, it's like a punching.
I'm not the
cat.
oldest
Why,
guys in here, so.
YUK Junior says I bought a punching cat. And then
Where's Scotty? He
comes
hasn't
back
been
and
on.
says, I mean
Have you
bag.
talked to him?
I
Have
haven't
you
heard him
came
yet
on?
this morning. No.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I didn't
last couple of days, I haven't heard him.
I didn't look at
Hopefully.
myself. Never
I
had
went to
a
the
full
doctor.
mirror,
Everything's good.
and they, yeah.
I think I
and
heard him
Or the ER.
I did look
pop
in
in
one
and just say what's
day.
up yesterday.
It was like that
Oh,
was
he did?
it for me.
Yeah. I don't think he was in long.
So
We were playing
but
Call
I
of
have
Duty.
Arthur comes to visit in
Yeah.
my hips.
Oh boy.
Well,
And then
But that's
It
it.
is
he
Hey,
might
man,
have just went and
63.
done something else.
You know, I think I'm pretty.
I can get on
you
and play
know,
some Call of Duty tonight.
healthy.
You're doing good. You're
That's what-
63. Hey man, you're
Let me
still
see.
kicking
9
rocks,
o'clock
right?
maybe.
Yeah,
It's
I
go
mean,
taekwondo
you know,
today.
the hard thing.
Probably play some Call of Duty. I know they'll
talk
want to
about
watch
stress.
some
I had
fights.
stress last week, and it went on.
Let me see.
My heart
Let me see.
was,
Where,
you know, going from
But
30
I don't.
to,
I'm not really into the
you know,
fights,
200,
so I'm
you know,
always down to play
plus,
some Call of Duty.
You know, within a minute. You know?
Unless
And, was going
someone
to
wants to go out and do
AFib
something tonight,
and
but
Taggy
that never
and
happens.
Brady and everything in between. And it
fucking.
was
I have like
I got
a couple
stressed
friends,
out, like
so
really bad.
I don't
Still
go
have
out and do
sometimes,
stuff
yeah.
very often.
But I'm fine now, you know. But I just, you know,
Fucking
you just
Shrug.
learn
He's
your-
late.
your,
He's gonna be late.
you know, what you can tolerate, and
It's
He said
Friday.
he-
He's probably
you know,
gonna
just
hit the
keep living
streets.
your life.
No, he said he's gonna be
enjoying
on
it.
here 1 o'clock today to walk us through that fire stick.
I'm gonna jet out of here. I did the
And he's late.
so, and I'm just.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be. Yeah, and I won.
He
Yay.
gets
So I'm gonna be lurking out
Message
there in
me.
chat and getting my day started. And
ass
you
is
gals
he's
have
gonna
a
be late.
great show.
Fucking
okay?
in.
All right,
Who was that?
thanks.
Nvidia?
I'm so glad he came in.
Fucking
Good.
Tesla.
message me
Yeah,
and his
thanks,
ass.
Victorina.
Yeah,
What y'all
exactly.
missed was his
Can't count his
cat
ass.
that was
Count
dancing
on him for
during
anything.
the show opener.
I am thinking of
Yeah,
buying
we
a
saw it in
couple
the background.
Nvidia, but
Hey,
fuck, I ain't pay for this price though.
We got a carnival.
Yeah,
around
I'd
this
wait.
place,
Just
so
keep an eye on it.
You never know what'll show up.
Yeah.
The
They
market's
passed that
too
bill
uncertain
and
to
doing
invest.
chips and stuff.
That's true.
Okay, bye, y'all.
Bye.
Tesla.
I'm so glad he came.
What
in.
about him?
Do you want to
Tesla,
take over
well,
the
they
share?
passed that new goddamn package, you know, for the climate sorry thing that Biden always wanted to pass. What's that mention? It's already go. Say yes, he'll vote on it.
All
I
right.
want to buy a 1 share of Tesla for the hell of it. With that new bill that they're gonna pass, I think Tesla is gonna go back up to $1,000. It's
so cute.
It's on the rise right now.
Adorable.
I love that song.
I do too.
What the heck? Is
It's
that one
up.
cat?
Yeah.
Almost 3% today. And Nvidia is 1.3. But I'm waiting to see. I got those 3 to look: ETC, Nvidia, and Tesla.
He almost fell off the table, or she. Can't tell.
That's so funny. I would rub her belly.
That's what I'm looking at.
Too cute.
That's why.
That's all. GME they split, but the price is still $33. I don't want to buy it right now. Let it go down. I'll get some. You got any thing you keep an eye on? Huh?
Doge.
Ah, come on, Elon. It's fucking Doge. You're a Doge millionaire right now. What are you looking for?
There's already been a Doge millionaire. I need to be a Doge billionaire.
Okay then, you're a Doge billionaire.
Doge billionaire.
Let's see. ETC needs to go down to 20s. Why you even want to get back in? Probably another week or two before it goes down. 20s. I don't think it's going to be in the 20 anytime soon. Do you have any micro vision?
No. I don't own any stocks, actually. I've bought stocks before, but I don't own any. I haven't bought any for a while.
Why not?
Too slow.
Let's see. What the fuck is Ford? F-O-R-T-H.
Sometimes,
Video.
It was for you and everybody.
you know,
who's
it's
got
like
puppies at home.
it happens fast if you buy it at the exact right time. But then, with it not running 24 hours, it's still too slow.
Yeah, that's the only drawback on the stock. What the hell is Ford? F-O-R-T-H is almost 100%.
Oh, really?
Buy it.
Hell no. I want to buy stuff that keep running up when they listed and it goes stupid.
I don't even know.
Like ACH one time.
Slide might answer it for some people.
Remember when they ACH came on Coinbase?
Oh my gosh.
I can't breathe.
There's quite a few that did that.
Yep. I made some money on that sucker when I was in Houston.
Amazing.
And here,
I made like shit. $600 on one transaction within like 10 minutes. It keep going up, boom. Do that again. A couple times. That was fun.
Each other as the Republicans a dominant performance here tonight to win it 10-0, and they follow up last year's 13-12 win, Mitch, and a heck of a performance for Craig tonight as both sides will shake.
What do I want for lunch?
Existed.
do you think? Yeah. Remember when Steve Scalise got shot?
Yep.
Upgrade. Wig your ass up.
Yeah, they do it every year. And oh my gosh. Okay. I had just gone and looked to see what Rising 123 shared. But so that's what he was practicing.
I'm
for,
working
but he
too.
saw
What are you
the
talking about?
score, right?
Yeah.
10-0. What do you
working.
think that's
I'm working out
prophetic of what's going to
hell,
happen
look who's showing up finally.
in the midterms?
Hey,
you got to
okay.
sleep in today.
The Republicans got 10.
You know that
They got 0. If you put them together, that's 100.
Oh well, Shrug
100%
told us
we're gonna
1
win.
o'clock. He's late.
Me too. I think that's awesome.
I don't know what D-Wave was expecting. You know, Shrugs has the worst ADD the world has ever seen. Give him a break. He got distracted.
Man, how many breaks does this guy need?
Let me tell you, he's gonna need more than you're willing to get.
I will be up in Guthrie Center, Iowa, this Thursday night. Last year, they had a big old lightning storm, and I had about 20,000 of my closest friends all out there, and they ran us off stage before we just about got struck by lightning. This year, they gave me a headlining spot. So, gonna take my time. Gonna have a lot of fun. If you're anywhere in that area, I think it's about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours east of Omaha or something like that. We're gonna rock out. We're gonna have fun.
Happy listening to you guys play video games, talking shit. Ate some hamburger that must have been laced with some kind of something that knocked my ass out.
I'm talking about a new
I saw that burger last night.
religion.
Yeah, and I woke up.
And the world. And it is
I got kicked out of Discord or disconnected somehow. My wife was like, "Get up, go get in bed." It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. She was getting ready to go.
This is not a trend.
She's doing training today.
Religion. Its church doors are Fortune 500
She was like, "You're
companies.
lucky you get to sleep in." I was like,
Gatekeepers
"I'm
are
lucky
very good
whenever I
looking
get to
and
sleep in."
charismatic celebrities that are going to deceive millions and pull you straight into the pit of hell. Y'all imagine, real quick, if a lady was at a bookstore and she took a book from the fiction section.
I wish I could sleep in.
She placed it in nonfiction. Does that make it the nonfiction a true story all of a
Still
sudden? Of course
think
not.
you're going to go to lunch somewhere.
But another
Was
person
it?
bought the book.
I said, "You still in your PJs, or are you ready to go to lunch somewhere?"
To nonfiction.
Dude.
They spent the rest of their lives
Still
believing
in
that it was real.
PJ.
That, my friend, is wokeism in a nutshell.
I'm not gonna
Who is
lie.
the god of this woke religion, you ask? Yourself.
You know?
In the woke religion, you are the center of every universe. Your wants, your thoughts, your feelings, those things are all what's number one. What's the definition of a religion? Religion is a personal set or institutionalized system of attitudes, beliefs, and practices. Well, guess
She
what?
don't have her nukes
Without
together
even
out
noticing,
yet.
wokeism has become a religion because it has tenets, it has responsibilities, and it's got bylaws. Now, 10 years ago, everybody laughed at this stuff. Now,
Yeah, the ETC went up all the way to 45. I thought it was 44 something
What happened?
last night.
Digital, you there?
I showed some at 44. 44 something.
they'll even die for it. I tell you all the time, I'm not religious.
I think I sold mine at
Jesus, I follow his
44
word.
and a quarter.
But if I was really religious,
Yeah,
I would be in a church pew every Sunday, looking
I'd
right,
sell all
sounding
of them,
right,
though.
having my act together on the outside.
took
I'd be
some
wearing
profit.
khaki pants all the time and a
Wait
button-down
until we
shirt.
come
I'd be
back
sitting
down
in
and
the
get
same
some more
pew.
coins.
Those things are religious. Forget that. I ain't checking boxes. I'm walking with the Lord. And I could tell my kids to do all their chores, and they could be perfect
you were
at it
snoring
100%
okay,
of the
so
time. But if they
one
don't sit
time.
next to me on the couch every now and then,
Nice.
if they don't give me a hug when I'm passing by them in the kitchen sometimes, or if they don't even ever speak to me, there's really no relationship there, is there? If this really is a
choking on
full-blown
my
religion, like you
esophagus.
say, buddy, then why don't they just come out and say it? Because they're getting way too much done. Don't you remember this whole thing? Congress shall make no law respecting any
You can help
religion.
it,
Remember
sure.
that? If they keep it on the DL and they pretend it's just a movement, they can get all the companies, all the schools, all the media on their side. They can even get Merriam-Webster's dictionary, who, by the way, just changed the definition of a woman to the opposite of male. Anybody who identifies as the opposite of male. That just happened, by the way. This is not a movement. This is a full-fledged real deal here, and you got to pay attention to it. I started these videos in about 2020, 2 years ago. Just a little backwoods wisdom, because I want to share.
I never knew
music
how
and I wanna share
scientists
laughter
were
with
able
y'all.
to tell
But I also don't want y'all
what
to be
an animal could
blindsided
see.
by things like this.
And
Okay?
they were
Because
just
millions and
saying
millions of homes
how
have the
they can
woke
tell
book
what a
in their
shark is
non-fiction
able to
section
see.
right now. So make sure
And
in your house,
it depends
you take
on
that book and you put it in the
the
fiction
rod
section.
and cone
And then
cells
move it down
in
to
the
dadgum trash can where it belongs.
eyeball
God bless y'all.
that in the pupil that takes in the light. That's pretty cool. And they could tell that in this particular type of shark that they were looking at, that it only had one type of cone cell, and that would mean that it can't see color. The cone cells are what pick up color, and there's usually multiple kinds of cone cells in the pupil.
It's irritating,
So
and it makes
they're
my ears
saying that sharks can only pick up
once I'm inside and I can't
different
hear
shades of grays,
Alright.
pretty much.
I choose to
And
believe
that
that
would
was a
be
steak
why
frying on the
they
grill.
do the exploratory
I'm hungry.
bites, they call it.
Oh, okay.
Trying to figure out what something is.
Yeah, my mouth started watering when I started thinking about it.
Makes a lot of sense.
So
Oh, they're
you guys
toddlers.
Mistakes, I tell you. I could
It's
smell
pretty
it
much.
when you were holding me for a
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have hands, so their mouth is their hand.
But they didn't share it with me.
I've seen some toddlers like that too.
We gave
Not
you a
that they
hot
didn't
dog.
have hands, but their mouth was how they got around.
This is Joe, and welcome to Jackass.
I don't have anything. 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 I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. We don't have anything. We just don't have anything. Don't have anything. So I don't have anything. 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 I just don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. Again, I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Don't have anything. I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I 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 don't have anything. We don't have anything. I 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 just don't have anything. I'm just saying that I just don't have anything. I just don't have anything. One thing that I can say, I don't have anything. 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 I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. Don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Well, I don't have anything, but I don't have anything. Don't have anything. Don't have. I don't have anything. I don't have anything, but I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. We just don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have it. I don't. We don't have anything. I just don't have anything. We don't have anything. I don't have anything. You don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything, but I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. So look, again, I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I 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 just don't have anything. I don't have anything. We don't have anything. I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Again, I don't have anything. So I don't have anything. We don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. So I just don't have anything. I don't have anything.
She got nothing.
So that video is on RNC Research. I think both in Truth Social and on Twitter, guys. RNC Research.
I think the comments were a lot more funnier.
Yeah. Yeah, they had Cocoa Puff, his sister. Ay vey.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to get a Raggedy Ann sticker.
That would be good. That would match.
Climate change.
Climate change. Climate change.
Climate change.
Climate change.
Climate change.
January the 6th.
January 6th. January 6th. January 6th. January 6th.
January 6th.
Monkeypox. Monkeypox.
Monkeypox. Monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
Shadow or Phantom Shitlord on Twitter, and I believe he's also on True Social. Okay. William of Ockham. Okay, you want to read that one, Didge?
Sure. New North America port congestion has just re-entered record territory. 153 container vessels, the majority off East and Gulf Coast ports, waiting off the coastlines.
That's ridiculous. Thanks, booty gig.
That's crazy.
In Hunter's business dealings that he's been letting on. The paper reporting this. One of Hunter's former business associates referred to Joe Biden as, quote, the big guy in a text message. That message allegedly sent the same day the Post broke the news of Hunter's infamous laptop. Miranda Devine, New York Post columnist, Fox News contributor, has got a brand new op-ed in the paper, and she's with me now. Miranda, good morning to you. I think the fellow's name is James Gilliar. I'm not sure exactly who he is, but I know you do. Here is the text. If they lose, honestly, I don't think that the big guy really cares about that because he'll be too busy focusing on all the other stuff he is doing. What's this about, Miranda?
Hi, Bill. James Gilliar is a former business partner of Hunter Biden. He has links to British intelligence, and this communication was on the very day that the New York Post first broke our Hunter Biden laptop stories, and there was panic going on among Hunter's associates, and this was one of those conversations. And Gilliar is just reassuring people that, look, don't worry, if Joe Biden wins, we won't have a problem. If Joe Biden loses, we won't have a problem. They're talking about will the Biden campaign, will Joe or Hunter throw us under the bus? And Gilliar is saying, no, we're fine. The big guy, he refers to Joe Biden. And the reason that's significant is because there are other communications on the laptop about the big guy who had an involvement in Hunter Biden's influence peddling operation overseas when Joe Biden was vice president, and in one case he was going to, the big guy, get 10% of a big Chinese deal. And of course Joe Biden has consistently denied that he knows anything about Hunter's business dealings overseas. He said it during the campaign, and the White House has consistently pushed that line since, and yet the evidence is overwhelming that he was aware of and perhaps involved in and perhaps profited from these business deals.
Okay, Miranda, I am told by those who have access to this laptop material that it's dense, and you have to plow through a lot of material. And it takes, we're talking weeks, maybe months, maybe more than that. But this name, the big guy, the phrase, I was always curious how many times it's come up. It came up with Tony Bobolinsky in the interview in October of 2020 with Tucker Carlson. This way, just roll the clip here.
On May 13th, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy. In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden, and Jim for Jim Biden. In fact, Hunter often referred to his father as the big guy or my chairman.
Yeah, that was during the press conference when he made his big announcement. Tucker talked to him after that. How many times did the big guy come up in this computer?
Look, it's at least half a dozen. In other times, there was one Serbian associate who called him the big man. Joe Biden is sort of an undercurrent in everything. And when you listen to Tony Bobolinsky, he says that Hunter often conferred with his father, my chairman or the big guy, on important issues when it came to divvying up the money, dividing up the money that was coming in, particularly from the Chinese. So there's a lot there, but I think the most one of the most sinister developments in the last few days has been the whistleblowers that have come forward to Republican congressional investigators. One of them gave us that big guy communication I just told you about, but also there are whistleblowers from the FBI who are outlining a real operation inside the FBI to suppress this information. We know the FBI had the laptop from December 2019, did nothing with it, and there was also other information that they had, including all of Tony Bobolinsky's material that they had in October 2020, and there was just this effort to suppress and also kind of smear all this information as Russian disinformation, to dismiss it so that it didn't damage Joe Biden within the FBI, and that really is scary, and it has pushed Bill Barr finally to say that there should be a special counsel looking into this Biden family influence peddling operation, that it's too big now just to leave it with the Delaware U.S. Attorney and grand jury there.
Wow. Okay. So, Joe Biden has consistently denied this. I thought an interesting report the other day is that Hunter reached out to the official photographer for the vice president when he was vice president in 2014 and asked to have a picture of the group who met in the vice president's office emailed to him. That's something else. Last comment.
Yeah. Well, look, there are more than a dozen times recorded on the laptop where Joe Biden met with Hunter's overseas business partners, whether they were from Mexico, Colombia, China, Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan. Joe Biden invited them to his home at the vice presidential residence in Washington. He went to dinner at Cafe Milano in Georgetown in April 2015 with Hunter's business partners from 3 countries, and he met them in Beijing. He took Hunter famously in 2013 to Beijing to meet the senior people at the CCP at that time. He was involved, obviously, and I think it's just the White House has run out of time to explain it.
Well, Miranda Devine, thank you. New York Post, check out her column in the paper today. Thank you. Nice to see you, Miranda. We'll talk again. In Hunter's business dealings that he's been letting on.
But it's no surprise, is it, guys? Live chat. Yeah, this is our reality right now, and everybody needs to turn out and vote. Yeah. And even if they manage, people are saying, oh, I've seen digital in Twitter and Truth Social people talking about it. What's the use of voting? Because the Dominion machines will, cheat anyway. Well, the thing is, if we turn out and force even more than we turned out in 2020, for the 2020 election, then they won't be able to, the poll workers won't be able to, they know that we are going to have a sharp eye on all the paper ballots, the mail-in ballots. There are some states that are still talking about using the drop boxes. Those are illegal. And, we have hope, digital and live chat, don't we? That all this is going to come to a head this year when we will take the 2022 midterms. We will take the Senate. We'll have the Senate and the House, and we will force our corrupt FBI and DOJ to charge Hunter and Biden. I don't know what'll happen from then on. They've always got, something up their sleeve, because I don't see Kamala Harris, talk about Biden's bad enough. Kamala Harris would be twice as bad. So we'll see. Yeah. Rising 123 says 23 and 24 are going to be messy. It's going to be, we got to get rid of. Yeah, I know Trump, Patty for Trump. Trump likes McCarthy, but the Lindsey Grahams and the Romneys and the all those rhinos need to go. Mitch McConnell, yeah, they need to go. Anyway, go ahead. Rent secured, like Tetsuyama would say.
It's the climate crisis to save democracy in Ukraine. Way more important than inflation, your stupid economic concerns. Just the other day, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, the man they're telling us is the new George Washington, decided, you know what, I don't have to pretend to care about the United States anymore. I think Americans are ridiculous, decadent, overfed, and I have contempt for them. So he was asked, wait a second, can America afford to send $60 billion to your corrupt autocracy so you can shoot dramatic magazine photo covers for Vogue? Well, of course, said Zelensky, and we're quoting, inflation? Who's thinking about inflation? We're fighting for absolute communal values. What? Whose values? We're not in anything communal with you, pal. You run a corrupt little Eastern European country. We have a right to worry about our own country. And at the White House, they agree with Zelensky. That's almost word for word what our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, said when he was asked the exact same question on July 22nd. Americans are worried about sending all this money to Ukraine at a time when inflation is out of control and Americans don't have enough money, I don't know, to buy food or pay rent. So the moderator at the Aspen Institute, which needs a lot more immigrants from the third world immediately, as we told you the other night, asked this. And you know what Jake Sullivan said? Fundamentally, I don't care. Watch this.
Do you worry about criticism that we're spending billions and millions of dollars to support Ukraine and not spending it here?
It's my job to worry, so I worry about literally everything. I worry about my answer to this question. So yes, I guess I worry, but in a way that's sort of not saying anything at all.
This is the being John Malkovich portion of our session.
But fundamentally, no. Congress passed a $40 billion package for Ukraine. Is the reservoir of support in this country, as translated into the Congress and the executive branch, deep and sustainable from the point of view of doing whatever it takes for, as the president has said, as long as it takes? Yes.
So here you have Jake Sullivan and Jeff Goldberg, two midwits who have accomplished pretty much nothing in their entire lives, talking about the issues that will define this country for our grandchildren before an audience in Aspen, and saying things like, I'm not worried at all. And then the audience titters. And you wonder, and historians will review tapes like that when they try to figure out what actually happened to this thriving civilization we had. You wonder if these people can hear themselves. Do they know how they look? Do they know how ridiculous they are? Do they know how deeply the public despises them for good reason? Do you worry about criticism? We're sending billions of dollars to support Ukraine and not spending it here? Fundamentally, no. And Jake Sullivan isn't worried because he knows he can call inflation transitory when it's not. He can deny we're in a recession when we're obviously in one. Because the words are all that matter to them, not the reality. They don't walk through Midtown in Manhattan and notice, hey, this is disgusting. This is worth some Mumbai. How did it get this way? They don't even notice. Tomorrow we're going to have an hour-long investigation into the actual state of our economy, how we got here, how we get out.
Jack Posobiec says, recession is when your neighbor loses his job. Depression is when you lose yours. And recovery is when Joe Biden loses his.
I love that one.
That's pretty good.
But that does raise the question, if it's not a recession, then what is it? Well, for this and all other important matters, including intimate marital questions, we go to the White House press secretary, who informs us it's not a recession, it's, quote, a transition.
When you look at it more broadly at the data, and that's why we're seeing, what we're seeing is that we are in a transition.
We're in a transition? Does that mean the whole country's now taking puberty blockers and becoming a girl? No, different kind of transition. This is a transition to green energy and renewables. Joe Biden announced it today. It's a transition to handing China our energy grid. Oh, that's a transition. Some might call it a collapse of empire and a subsequent disaster where we're ruled by people who hate us. But no, it's a transition in which China gets to make and control the wind turbines, the lithium, the solar panels. What do actual voters think about this? Who cares? Because that only matters in a democracy, but we'll tell you anyway. Americans do not want to hand our energy grid to China or stop using air conditioning in the summer or drive your stupid little electric cars. Right, because it turns out no one believes the experts who have told us the world is going to end for the past 50 years, but who still buy beachfront property, paging you, Barack Obama. And most people kind of understand what's going to happen next. They could become Sri Lanka, a country that destroyed itself, committed national suicide in pursuit of a high ESG score. Turns out actual people of both parties, just all normal people, want to do things like afford gasoline or have some place to live they can afford. What Joe Biden said today will get us much closer to Sri Lanka. There's kind of no dispute about that. We also know for certain that the spending under the Biden administration and under previous administrations, but certainly dramatically accelerated under Biden, has devalued the dollar to the point that we have massive inflation and a decline in GDP. Because as money loses value and things get more expensive, people at some point can't afford to buy as much, and then gross domestic product declines. It's not like some crazy theory. In fact, even the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, hardly a right-wing institution, has pointed out that Joe Biden's spending in his first year in office single-handedly hiked the inflation rate by at least 3%. That's higher than many other developed countries, including Germany, Canada, and the UK. But that does raise the question, if it's not...
He went on quite a rant.
Chris, you're a business journalist and you run an institution, not-for-profit, I think, that also...
You okay, Digital?
Also focuses on fact-based journalism, not partisan journalism. So when you came to this, the pre-research and book, Chris Leonard in the Post, did you ever think in a million years you studied the Fed or went to look at a central bank that in your journey you would actually end up being shocked about the system that we have, sir?
Absolutely not. If you had told me a few years ago I was going to write anything about the Federal Reserve, I would have thought you were crazy. You know, the great privilege of being a reporter is you get to talk to people just across the spectrum, across all different political views. And, you know, I talk about this in the acknowledgments. I interviewed this guy in 2016, very, very smart and very engaged in markets. And he explained to me how the Fed was distorting markets. And I thought, this is crazy. I've never heard any, I mean, you know, I'd been a business reporter. I'd heard about quantitative easing, but the mechanics of it blew my mind. And when this guy told me that the Federal Reserve had printed 300 years worth of money between 2008 and 2014, I thought he was crazy. But he was dead right. And that's what got me on this road, because I had this strong impression that people needed to understand this. Even as a business reporter, I didn't understand it. And I really wanted to explain it clearly and put it in a book that you could read easily. It's a story that you could follow. And I wanted people to get a better understanding of how the Fed works. But I'll tell you, when I hit a turning point reporting this book, you know, originally I wanted this book to be like Michael Lewis's Moneyball, just kind of an explainer book of how quantitative easing had changed the world. But it was really when I was reporting on that enormous round of quantitative easing in 2012, when I realized the strategy that the Fed was using. I don't want to overplay this analogy, but it was a lot like the military in Afghanistan, just knowing that the strategy was probably not going to pay off, but doubling down and doubling down, ignoring internal dissent, relying on internal forecasts that were faulty, that were erroneous. I show in the book this internal study the Fed did about what would happen if it did quantitative easing. It was just 100% inaccurate. And that's when I realized, you know, these were people making decisions that built up so much risk for the rest of us. And it was at that point that you started to see, for me, the reporting turned it to how the Fed broke the American economy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was muted. That's crazy. They printed 300 years worth of money.
I had seen something about that, and I was like, oh, no. But then this guy, I came across this video, and I'm like, can it be? Could they really do that? They've been spending money like it's water, it's like, it's so ridiculous. And they really, that new Mayra, is her name Mayra Flores? The new, she won her election. She had gone on Twitter and said, and I think I shared a screenshot of her saying, we need single issue bills that you would not believe. They have the name of a bill, and then the name of the bill has nothing to do what's inside it. They just add stuff. It needs to stop. There's so much. Yeah, Panorific's got a sticker that says "Stop Fractional Reserve Banking." Little guy cranking out the money. What would you do with the drunken sailor? Yeah, Big Kahuna says spending like drunken sailors. Yeah. What would you do with the drunken sailor? What would you do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Anyway, yeah. I'm going to have to get rid of a sticker so I can steal that one, Pano. All right, let's move along. We got a lot here I doubt if we get through everything, but we'll try.
Okay.
Promised this.
There will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration. Number one, I'm going to make sure that we have border protection, but it's going to be based on making sure that we use high-tech capacity to.
So he's gonna in Yuma. It's the one that Carrie Lake has been talking about, where there's those big gaps. That's in Yuma, Arizona. That's where he's going to finish the wall. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe trying to help out Carrie Lake's opponent. Yeah, so we'll see.
Face.
Cool it, Dad. Let me finish.
Yeah, but your face is turning blue.
I'm Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. I am Rohini Kosolo. I will be moderating the conversation. Domestic policy advisor to the Vice President. My pronouns are she, her.
I have a blue house with a blue window.
And
I have a girlfriend and she is so blue.
It happens every time. They all become blueberries.
That stuff makes me sick.
I had oatmeal this morning with blueberries to sweeten it up. It was good.
I had protein waffles with blueberries. Oh.
Now, absolutely, it is in your interest for what happened and by whom to be rooted out and remedied. There could be crimes, especially on this Fugazi elector front that we're just learning about now. Less so, I think, around the planning and the practical aspects of what happened on January 6th. I don't see that there's criminality there, at least in what's been offered. My question is, are we really learning enough about what matters? Or is this starting to play like a gotcha game, like the impeachment? Again, not that the issues that were involved in impeachment don't matter, but you knew you were never going to have the outcome. The argument was, well, but this is what we have to do. This is our job. I don't know. I don't know that kind of fomenting of tension, that kind of protracted process when you know you weren't going to remove the president, was that really in America's interest? Certainly debatable. Certainly debatable. The outcome was never going to be what was desired.
So he's trying to be relevant again. And actually, I think he's got a job on some little show. I don't know, maybe on YouTube or something, some little news show. So he's trying to get back into the action. And I imagine, Digital, that if he hadn't had so many attorney fees, that he wouldn't be back. He'd still have his millions.
Yeah, I was shocked to see him actually. What, I can't remember, was it sexual harassment he got fired for? Or?
Yeah, I think that he was covering up for his brother, the Gov, and his sexual harassment issues, and he lied, and he got fired. And I don't know if Live Chat probably knows. I'll keep an eye on Live Chat, but I'm reading Live Chat.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna press play.
Helping cover up his brother. Yeah. So that's why he left CNN. Oh, so sad. Okay, let's move on.
So what's been the effect for the rest of us? Now, they can say there's no recession, and the word is like fireman, you just don't say it. But what's America look like? Well, I don't know. Let's check your local food bank. There's a good chance your local food bank is overwhelmed. In Boise, Idaho, for example, the Meridian Food Bank reports they've gone from serving 2,800 people every month to 4,200 in just the last year. Another nearby food bank, called the Care House Food Bank, has reported a similar increase. A spokesman for the Care House told a local news station, quote, "We're finding out that with the rising rent costs and the rising gasoline costs, the rent eats first, the gasoline eats second. So the family has very little to buy food to eat." Sound like a rich country to you? A place that's thriving, that can afford to turn its energy grid over to China? No. It's the same story across the country. Allentown, Pennsylvania. The Allentown Area Ecumenical Food Bank reports a massive increase in families who need food. In the biggest food-producing country in the world? Yeah, that's us. But still, the food bank's director told the local news station there, quote, "Since October, we've tripled the number of families we're serving every month." She added that 300 of the 1,800 families she served this month are first-time visitors. They haven't spent years at the food bank. They need to now because the economy is in, sorry to use the word, recession. Outside St. Mary's Food Bank in Phoenix, the AP reported that hundreds of families lined up this month. The line went around the block. The food bank's main distribution center served 4,271 families in just 1 week last month. That's a 78% increase compared to last year. According to the AP, quote, "More than 900 families line up at the distribution center every weekday for an emergency government food box stuffed with goods such as canned beans, peanut butter, and rice." That's a bread line, by the way. That's a bread line in the United States. Did you see that on NBC Nightly News? Probably not. It was happening everywhere. Alameda Food Bank in California, similar numbers. They've gone from 890 households served on a typical Friday in January to more than 1,400 families on a typical Friday last month. In Central Florida, the Second Harvest Food Bank, which supplies around 500 food bank partners in the region, says the number of people looking for food, not for vacations in Antigua or in New Tesla, but for food to eat so they can survive, has gone up 25% in the last month. The food bank used to distribute 150,000 meals overall a day. Now they're up to 250,000, and that number is rising. The food bank's director says the cause is inflation. Obviously, quote, "It costs quite a bit to put millions and millions of pounds of food out the door every week and every month," told that to a local news station. So, does the White House notice any of this? Do they know it's happening? Who knows what they know? They certainly don't care. They're saying it out loud. Joe Biden's top economic advisor, Brian Deese, is telling you that it doesn't matter. You're worried about inflation? Well, it's easy for Americans to find food, says Brian Deese. Watch.
The United States is in a stronger position to actually train our focus on tackling inflation than virtually any other country. For example, with respect to food, we're a net exporter of agricultural commodities, and obviously the high prices are hitting Americans very hard, but they're in a way that is different from some places that are facing famine, for example.
Oh, lower your expectations, America. That sound you're hearing is the goalpost moving. So we went very quickly now from Build Back Better to, hey, at least you're not starving to death. At least we don't have a famine. Whoa, hold on a second, pal. This was America like a year and a half ago where the planes took off on time and people weren't getting killed every day in the subway and there wasn't filth and graffiti and drug addicts on the streets and people weren't worried about having enough to eat. Those were our first real expectations, like electricity in the summertime. Oh, but there's no famine. Just be glad there's no famine and do your part, they're telling us, to save us from the climate crisis, the one that somehow isn't affecting oceanfront property in Malibu and Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, that is crazy. I remember when we were young, my mom used to take us to the commissary and we'd fill up 2 basketfuls of groceries and it'd be like $120. And nowadays, you're lucky if you fill up one of those little hand carry baskets and you're spending $100.
Exactly. And Big Cuyuna's saying, it's mostly illegals. No, here in Oklahoma, it's very strict. I don't know how it is in Texas, but it's very strict because I have had to go to the food bank before, and I pass them. 2 of ours have shut down in the last few months. We only have 1 left. There's some churches still giving out like vouchers for food at Walmart and our local grocery stores. But other than that, when you drive by the big one, the last one that's left, you see 98% are white and black, citizens. The rest are women, Hispanic women with little kids. And it's very strict here. You have to show, all your ID, and you have to have a bill, and you have to have, all kinds of proof, that you are, what do you call it, not certified, but eligible. So, yeah, no. And same thing with hiring here. When you hire somebody, say, here in Oklahoma, they have to have like a work visa at the very least to get hired on here. So, it's very strict here. I don't know how it is in Texas, but here it is, very strict, and they're very careful. I mean, if you are an illegal here, I guess you can go to one of the churches probably and get, some of those vouchers, food vouchers. But other than that, you're up the creek without a paddle. They already get welfare and food stamps and everything anyway. That's probably why they don't show up in mass to the food bank.
Yeah, I don't really keep track of the food banks, but I see a lot of Mexican people working, and I know that a lot of them don't have ID and stuff like that, but yet they're still working. So,
green card.
So, what's been...
All right, I'll read this one, the final chapter. Epstein's sex clients. Gateway Pundit files legal action to unseal and identify the global elite scumbags that abused and trafficked minors. And there's the link. Everyone knows that Epstein and his partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, were degenerate villains who groomed and trafficked young girls to be used and abused by Epstein, his clients, and friends. Epstein famously died by, quote, suicide before he could go to trial. However, Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking minors in December of 2021. No less than 23 women testified in court that Epstein trafficked and abused them. 4 specifically testified they were abused by Maxwell as well. But even today, the identities of Epstein's sex clients remain totally unknown. Stunningly, no media outlet in the country has petitioned the court to unseal the identities of Epstein's clients. Where are you, New York Times? Where are you, CNN? Where are you, Fox News? It's almost like corporate media is protecting the disgusting sexual abusers simply because the victims alleged Epstein's clients consisted of powerful businessmen, politicians, former presidents and prime ministers, and other world leaders. And guys, if you go to that link, there will be a place where you can donate to the fund for the legal fees and stuff to help Gateway Pundit get this information. And if anybody can, I bet it's Gateway Pundit.
That's awesome that they're doing that.
Yeah.
And a lot of more people are waking up nowadays. My husband, who was, brought up watching TV, very worldly. His mother loves Disney. He told me yesterday, I can't believe the stuff that Disney's doing. And I'm like, I've known about Disney since I was little. My mom known about Disney. But people are starting to wake up, and that's a good sign.
It is. It's really good. I can't wait until we get rid of all these people and we clean up our country again. All right, there you go.
Hillary Clinton. That's it. The next person to send this to me is getting suicided. Homer's a trans. Oh, this one looks good.
God! Now, how many times do I gotta tell you? Call me Bill. Sorry, Bill. It's all right. Hey, you want to play another game? Sure. I've got time. Oh, pool boy. Yes? I need a towel. Your wish is my command. Oh, a little higher in the shoulders, Andrew. Is this better? Oh, yes. That's the spot, tally-ho. Tom, my champagne glass is almost empty. Mama always said that life was like a glass of champagne. You never know when you're going to need another glass. Run, Forrest, run! Okay, Jenny. I'll go get you another one. Bill, can you bring me some more lobster and caviar?
Okay, I'll bring you whatever you want, as long as you never release that client list.
Oh, Bill! Don't let anyone tell you any different. Prison is very hard.
So she got moved to like almost a...
Now, how many times do I gotta tell you?
She got moved to like it's almost like a minimum security. She gets yoga classes and all kinds of special privileges.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you or I or somebody, maybe in Chad, got arrested for the exact same thing, how many years would we have and how would we be treated?
Exactly.
I think it'd be probably life in prison.
Life, and it would be, probably solitary confinement.
Yeah. Anyway, we got some Paul Sperry post here. Developing. Former lawyers for the Clintons' personal law firm, Williams and Connolly, have been assisting the FBI and DOJ in opening investigations of the 2020 Trump campaign as essentially, quote, shadow investigators, end quote, according to several sources. So, I don't know who Paul Sperry is. Who is that?
You writes for one of the big ones, Gateway Pundit, or one of the big conservative sites. Let's skip down to 34.
Okay.
Dr. James Olson, E. Olson, mystery heart attacks, mystery strokes, mystery cardiac arrest in children, mystery teens dying suddenly and unexpectedly in their sleep, mystery athletes dropping dead playing high school football, mystery facial paralysis, mystery children with hepatitis. It's all a mystery.
Yep, especially the vaccines.
Yeah. Rising 123. Rising 123 had sent me this link in live chat in D Live, and I already had it. So here we go.
Hey everyone. So I've had a lot of people reaching out and asking how I'm doing with the sheeppox and how I'm feeling. So far I'm feeling really good. I'm eating all the nutritional food that the government keeps telling me to eat. I keep clipping them back a bit. They spread quite quickly. Hopefully I don't get any more and whatnot. So they told me I just gotta wait it out and see what happens. Thank goodness. It could be so much worse if I didn't already have 5 vaccines.
Rising 123. Thank you. Great minds think alike.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder if they show this on the fake news, if we'll have a panic. So forget about monkeypox. This is the big one. They're coming for your food.
New Zealand! How you going, brother? So there's another crisis and threat to society, and our beautiful Prime Minister felt like she needed to talk about it yesterday. So without further ado, horse breath, take it away.
Today I'm joined by Biosecurity and Agriculture Minister Damien O'Connor to talk about the action the government is taking to protect New Zealand's economy from foot and mouth disease.
Foot and mouth disease. All right, so this is the new one, guys, all right? We didn't get you enough of COVID. Omarion didn't scare you. The chicken pox seems like a fail so far. So foot and mouth is the next one, even though it's been around for over 50 years.
On the weekend, we will look to highlight the next steps in our work on HIV.
And another one, guys. There's another threat we have to look over as well. It's called AIDS. We just care so much about everybody with HIV that it's now on our list of more things to scare you with.
It has been a priority of our government to strengthen our biosecurity system, investing a further $110 million in budget 2022.
Oh, seems like there's a lot of money to go around for all of these diseases that have been around since before I was fucking born, but there's not enough money for our number one problem in this country, which is blowing our fucking brains out.
To protect us from diseases like this, to preserve both our unique biodiversity and our agricultural sector, worth over $52 billion to our economy.
Again, more millions and billions for other things that nobody cares about when there are real problems like mental health happening right now, which gets no money.
While the World Organization for Animal Health estimates the virus is present in 77% of the world's livestock population, New Zealand has never had an outbreak, and we want to do all we can to keep it that way.
Which in code means there will be a future outbreak of this potential risk crisis threat happening very soon. We're just giving you a pre-warning to what's to come.
While not a threat to humans, it would devastate our national herd. Essentially, all animals who are cloven hooved are at risk. Cows, sheep, pigs, goats, deer, and llama.
Now we're getting somewhere. Sounds like these are all the things that most of you have for dinner.
In the event of foot and mouth reaching New Zealand, all trade in animal products would be stopped, and rural businesses such as farms, farm contractors, animal processors, and transporters would be affected. Animals would be slaughtered, and more than 100,000 jobs in the primary sector would be at risk.
Now, this is why I did this video, for this exact paragraph she just read. So basically what they're saying is, now this is probably going to sound a bit cuckoo, but what she's saying is, basically there's going to be a threat that's going to come sometime in the future where all of our farming, livestock, etc., all the foods that we eat are going to be destroyed, or in other words, slaughtered, as she said, which means that there will be no food and no meat for you and your family. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people, oh yeah, there's always going to be animals, but I'm telling you right now that this sounds like a pre-warning towards, you know, the agenda. If you know, you know, you know? What I believe what she's doing here is just setting us up for what's to come in the next few years. Like, again, when you say stuff, which I kind of just touched on then, you go, oh, this guy's a fucking nut job, right? But this is the kind of stuff I was saying back in 2020, and then 2021 came along, and you all were like, oh yeah, this is normal, lock us inside, yeah, that's great, treat me like a fucking prisoner. When prior to that, you were calling me a nut job, as you probably are right now.
He's right. He's right.
Yep.
So monkeypox is about the coolest name ever for a disease. Can't come tonight, I got the monkey. But they are changing the name because racism or something. Well, for once, we don't know who they are. We're not going to allow it. We're going to change the name this time. We're going to do it with the public's help because democracy is real. So we had a vote. There was no ballot harvesting. You can trust our counting. And the new name for monkeypox is now officially, and we're declaring it, Schlong COVID. That won our audience election with about 40% of the vote. So let Rochelle Walensky at the CDC know. Her number is 1-800-232-4636. Wait for the prompt on monkeypox and make your voice heard because it's still a democracy. Now, we've taken shots at Eric Swalwell over the years. And to be fair, we want him to come on and respond. He will never come on. He's too busy. What's he doing? We don't know. But we just got this picture in. We think it's actually Eric Swalwell. We don't know who he's talking to. Fang Fang. We don't know. But he's clearly busy. So maybe that's why he's not accepting our offers to come on. But if he can break away and spend the time, he's always welcome on this show.
Slongpox.
Too funny.
Just thought we'd catch up while we've got power, but
this is a precision tool that now allows us to take this protein RNA complex and introduce it into cells or tissues to correct mutations at sites where we know there's a deleterious change in the genetic code. So I wanted to show you an example of how this can be utilized.
Yo, Spartan,
this, protein complex can actually be injected directly
put my headset on.
Eggs of a
Thought
mouse.
I heard you talking.
And in the experiment, you'll see we're targeting a gene that is responsible for the black coat color in mice. And so normally these mice have beautiful glossy black coats, and once we make this targeted change, we then implant these edited eggs back into a female mouse, and when she gives birth to pups, you'll see that the pups are now mostly white. And the remarkable thing about this experiment is that when these mice grow up, you can test them and show that every cell in the body has this single genetic change that gives rise to the white coat color, but otherwise they're absolutely normal. So they are normal mice, no mutations elsewhere in the genome. This is a type of experiment that used to take at least a year to create a mouse like this, and now it can be done in a few weeks and by people that don't have to have special expertise. So this is a technology it's been very exciting over the last 2.5 years to see this technology taking off. These are publications in the scientific literature. It's been sort of exponential growth of publications, people using this technology for all sorts of applications. And so some of these include making changes, targeted genetic changes in plants, in fungi, in animals that are important agriculturally, in animals that are important to us as pets, and also in thinking about human health, also to do things like make changes in stem cells, which are cells that can give rise to new organs. Also to make changes in animals that are important as models of human disease, such as mice and monkeys. And we think within the not too distant future, it will be possible to actually use this technology to make changes in humans.
So I have a question. Do the mice have a white privilege card? Because they need to have a white privilege card.
Apparently, why didn't they? Because this just seems so racist. It does. I mean, if they can do it to mice, they can do it to people, right?
Yeah, I almost thought that she was going to accidentally say in humans. You know, I was waiting for it, but I don't know why.
This, they are so racist. They project their beliefs and their ideology on us. They're Nazis. They're racist. Why didn't they take white mice and turn them black? Just saying. German mice lives matter. Okay.
2, 3. I had to count with him.
He needs to go.
Yes.
Go. Okay, you do that one.
Alrighty, the truth about polio paralysis. It was DDT poisoning. Flying and biting bugs on Jones Beach die in a cloud of DDT, new insecticide. A truck mounted for generator squirts the poison mixed with oil droplets over a 4-mile area of the New York City playground, spread by Army and Navy planes and by hand sprays. DDT routed dangerous disease-bearing flies and mosquitoes on Pacific Islands. DDT has a drawback. It kills many beneficial and harmless insects, but it does not kill all insect pests. Birds and fish, which eat large numbers of DDT-poisoned insects, may be casualties too. And then who eats the fish?
This is from 1945.
Wow.
And I don't. You are too young. I already know. But how many of you out there in live chat remember the trucks driving down the street, spraying the DDT in your neighborhoods? How many of you guys were children back then in the 50s and 60s when they were doing it? And they would do it, and we would run, packs of children, we would run behind these trucks, holding our breaths for as long as we could. Maybe that's why my Travell shredded, doing stuff like that. But, we were told it was harmless to us, So, Tim, Juju Chan, Tim is, he did a show in the middle of the night. And then
he's recovering.
From that. But he probably won't, he might come on to do the I Told You So's. But he's going to be gone to the Sturgis biker gathering. And so he'll be gone for quite a while. He's got a 3-day trip to get there. And then I don't know how long it lasts. So Digital's going to be covering for
Thumper.
It's starting Tuesday, he said. So.
Oh, well, he hasn't even told me yet, so.
Watch his show when you get off of here, and you'll see.
I guess I should.
Yeah. I'll give you his number. I'll send that to you.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you want me to do next? You got the mask, the shots, Pride, Ukraine.
They want you to die.
Yeah.
Поздравляю. Еще никогда народ Украины не был един в своем желании порвать вас на куски.
Только на востоке Украины вы задрали.
А на заходе забэмбалы, вот и вся разница.
Вот на этой разнице мы и сыграем.
Пока народ не устроил вам путч, мы устроим ему срач.
Опять языковой вопрос?
Вечный двигатель народной грызни. 27 лет работает.
Значить так, внесеш законопроект о запреті русского язика. Меседж. Той, хто спілкується на мові окупанта, не може називати себе українцем.
Я, конечно, извиняюсь. У них там в АТО половина бойцов говорит на русском.
Это опустим.
А ты предложишь сделать русский язык вторым государственным. Месседж. Почему в Швейцарии 4 госязыка, а в Украине не может быть и 2?
Но Швейцария – это солянка. Там изначально жили разные народы. Швейцарского языка в природе нет.
Это опустим.
Главное не перепутать, что здесь месседж, а что опустим.
Главное, чтобы Восток ненавидел Запад.
А Запад ненавидел Восток.
И называли друг друга фашистами и ватниками.
Бандеровцами, сепарами.
И пусть хоть одна людишка вякнет, что жрать нечего, работы нет, и экономика в жопе.
Правильно. Это опустим.
Crazy.
Totally creepy.
Economic Forum is now looking to reduce ownership of private vehicles. Yes, the forum claiming that this is a way to reduce global reliance on critical metals like cobalt and lithium as they make a push toward green energy. Dig in, give up your car, why don't you?
Yeah, the World Economic Forum sponsors that little get-together, that boondoggle in Davos every year. Why do major private CEOs even go to that thing? If these are the policies that the World Economic Forum are espousing, they're essentially saying, trying to take away your free will. Oh, you can't drive a car. And again, trying to apply the ideas out of Europe onto the United States. Europe has a lot of mass transit. It's a very small continent. And North America, not so much. So stick that idea where the sun doesn't shine.
Well, I have gone to Davos for 20 years for the World Economic Forum, and it's always been an incredible opportunity to hobnob with the leaders of the world. It is incredibly well attended every year. So for some reason, everybody's getting together globally. It has been the place that all of these people meet every year. You're right. Leo, your thoughts on the ideas of going green and taking away your private vehicle?
Well, obviously, when we think about the history of motor vehicles, cars, and other transportation, it has lifted millions, hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and has changed the dynamic of how we all live and the quality of our lives. So yes, while we all want a clean economy and we want a climate that is sustainable, the reality is that a collapsing economy isn't the answer. So there has to be a balance, and unfortunately, in today's bifurcated world, we get a little bit too much extremism. So hopefully we can bring some sense back into it.
Yeah, by the way, those CEOs that go to Davos, many of them, they go on their own
Skip to 53. Digital, we're running out of time.
Okay. I have an answer for that. I'm going to buy a donkey and I'm going to name him Brandon.
Good one. Good one.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is? And what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. told you about the TV flicker rate and how it puts your brain in an alpha state. Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Told you about the mainstream media, your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so.
I must be psychic because we played that and there's somebody special here that we hadn't seen in a little while.
You lured me in.
Oopsie.
Well, thank you for hanging out with us, live chat. Thank you, Digital, for coming in. Please come in anytime you want.
Oh, I will.
And you can do the share. And so, guys, stay tuned for the Common Sense Show. It looks got Glory and Death 65. And I guess that's it for now. Digital, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye, y'all. Love ya.
All right.
Welcome to Common Sense on Patriot Soapbox 24/7 live stream. Real news, Q-Post, news analysis, guest interviews, and your live call-ins at 3 to 5 Monday through Friday Eastern Time. Enjoy the show.
Hi, I'm Derek from the Common Sense Show. You can check out my website at indienews.org, and you can also contact me at indie_news1@protonmail.com.
I stand for the flag, and the flag damn sure stands for all of us.
Good afternoon, morning, or evening, Patriot Nation. You are tuned in to the Common Sense Show, exclusively here 3 to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday Eastern Time. Adjust for your time zone. Here we are. It is Friday. It's Patriot Live Friday, and it looks like we have Patriotsky here, and I don't know what's up with We're not being here, but
he's learning. Not learning. He has to. From time to time, people have to qualify on their sidearms, and I think that's what he's having.
Oh, okay.
So he's at the range, someplace I would like to be right now, but I'm with you guys, so that's a better
I'd love to see a shootout between you and him and see who's more accurate.
That wouldn't be fair for him.
My wife is actually a sharpshooter, so she beats me when it comes to that. But looks like we also have another special guest in here. I know you were pointing down at the thing, but I figure it would be better for you to introduce him.
Yeah, all right. Well, actually, we got a whole cast of characters in here, but as you are relating to, my good friend T.N. Homesteader has joined us today. It's almost become like kind of like a mini Friday tradition here for the past, whatever. Anyway, so it's always good to have T.N. on board. To get his takes on things. He has a unique perspective and a unique way of viewing things, which over the years, and I've been watching this guy over the years, and it, what he does has a whole lot of credibility. Trust me on that one. Welcome to the Common Sense Show, TN, and we also have Deb65 with us as well.
Sweet.
So, howdy, good afternoon, and
howdy.
A couple of comments. I'm going to have to break that tradition on Friday then.
No, don't do it.
And two, for glory, may I suggest the term competition, because shootout has a different connotation.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, we're not at the OK Corral.
You're not going to walk like 100 paces and...
That's right. Now,
I thought that was a duel.
The question is going to be who's going to be Burr, right?
There you go. Good old Aaron. Yeah. Oh, well. Well, I'll tell you, in looking at, these the shows we do these days, it's always a question as to what the heck do we talk about? There's so much stuff, and it's not like there's nothing to talk about. There's almost too much. It's like going to a restaurant and having these expansive menus, and you're sitting there and you look and you look and you look, and you can't decide what you should eat. Well, it's almost like that right now.
Funny you should say that. I made a comment about it on True Social about that.
Yes, you did.
I was having a dialogue with somebody, right? I was on open conversation, and and he said it's like going to the buffet, right? And I said, okay, I'm headed straight for the carving station.
Exactly.
And then it went south from that because it was like all barbecue.
Yeah, that looked like one of those. What is it? Is it a Brazilian barbecue or Argentine barbecue?
Argentine, son.
There you go.
It only plays. They have the Brazilian ones are close copies.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to a good one. The very first time I was ever introduced to those to the Argentine barbecue style was actually in Denver. Several years ago, back in the day when I was working for.
I've probably eaten at that
a cable outfit that I'd rather not have been associated with up until but you don't know. I wish I had known then what I know now. So that's all I can say about that. Anyway.
Well, and not dissing the Brazeras or those that chain at all, because I've eaten there. I mean, that's like immense. God, the first time I went there was in Dallas. It was right outside of downtown Dallas, and it was. You almost have to come in after eating, because if you come in hungry, you're overwhelmed just with the salad bar.
Oh, absolutely.
Those places. I mean, it's incredible what they have. But no, if you ever been
try to get you to fill up at the salad bar so you don't eat as much meat.
Yeah, and that could be true. And it's easy to do because they had, at least the one in Dallas, they had a heck of impressive salad bar. No, if you've ever been to an authentic Argentine, barbecue, asado, that's what it's referred to.
The roaster.
And it's you have to be used to some interesting cuts, but killer.
Yeah, it is good. Very good. Well, let me ask you a question, Tian. Do you feel comfortable today about talking about M and KP? M and KP.
You got
19 and 30, 2 times 19.
Oh, sorry. I just got through watching the video of that idiot White House spokesperson. I'm going, wait, is that what he's referring to?
No, not that one.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about it a little bit. I know it's a contentious subject in many ways, but I thought Truth and Art, and hopefully Captain Roy is out there. I'm not sure if he's out there today, but Benny from Truth and Art kind of called it out too, right? It says you guys, people have to be understanding the show. We were told it's a show. What makes a good movie, kind of thing, right? What makes a good show? There's many components. What makes a good story? But in the end, it's the actors that make it's the actors and the director that makes a good show. Because you can have great actors, you've got bad direction, they suck. You can have great actor, you have great director, have bad actors, they suck, no matter how good the script is, right? So, because the cinematography and the whole bit, all of that is the director. But so, who's the director and who's the actor in our show here? And I firmly believe that one that is taking the slings and arrows that's partnered with is not who you think he is. And if I'm being cryptic, it's for a reason. It's, we all... I take you guys back to the August 26th of 2020, the location, the theatrics, the artistry, the keystone, the flag, all of that, and understand, and you will understand the movie. And I know I'm just not hesitant to speak about it, Ski, as much as don't want to start a fight because I know it'll be a fight, because there's people that are locked and loaded and unfortunately don't necessarily have potentially all the story. So I mean, I gave it away. I mean, Dear man, I think I may be pronouncing it wrong. I don't know if you're asking who, if you're asking me who, or you're, because I'm not following chat. I just happened to catch that out of the corner of my eye. And I'm telling you, I just gave it away. If you do, if you look up August 26, 2020, Baltimore, Maryland. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, a certain installation. A certain place.
Well, I mean, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, well, that's
the date and the location.
Yeah.
And it's not, which is kind of funny though. The hint, the sum of all fears, was another triangular hint there, right? Because that's Baltimore, right? That was the false flag event, right? So there's been a lot of little innuendos and crumbs dropped along the way that have also served to mislead purposely, disinfo if you like, but not necessarily to not the deep state's disinfo as much as it is the obfuscation of communications.
Yeah, for those who forgot about Sum of All Fears, it was all about an explosive device planted in a container, right?
In a cigarette machine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. In the cigarette machine. But the cigarette machine was in a container before it became where.
Yeah, it was brought across in a shipping container.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and well, here's the interesting part. Okay, so since you brought it up that way, let's backtrack a little bit further. Where did the nuclear device come from?
Well, there's a place in the news, been in the news for quite a bit lately.
Yep. The nuclear device actually was from a U.S. bomb that was the Savannah, Georgia nuclear facility, but it was weaponized into call it a cigarette bomb or a cigarette machine bomb or a suitcase bomb, by 3 Russian scientists paid by Nazis, not neo-Nazis, Nazis. And was created in Ukraine.
Correct. Yep. Interesting story. So if you haven't seen that movie, go back and watch it.
Or read the book.
Or read the book. Yeah.
Right. Actually, probably watch the movie because giving us directions, if you may enjoy the show and that kind of deal, and the Hunt for Red October, right? Those kind of things. He tended to lean more towards the movie than the underlying book. Although I suggest you read both because Clancy is excellent, right? So read the book and then watch the movie. Actually, or you can watch the movie and read the book, and you can see the differences. But it'll help you visualize having seen the movie. But yeah, it's pretty interesting how these things work out. Marco and on Israel. Israel is where the nuclear device was given, according to the movie, was given to the Israelis by the U.S. undercover secretly, and it was lost in the Yom Kippur War, if I remember correctly, in the movie from a timeline perspective. It was lost when the airplane that was carrying it was shot down, and it got buried in the desert, and then was found by a couple of Arabs, and was purchased by the Nazis.
Yeah,
operative of the Nazis.
Yeah, and the poor guys that found it, they met a gruesome demise because of their
radiation poisoning will tend to do that to you.
Whew, no doubt. Moral of the story: if you find a bomb in the desert, don't mess with it.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway. Yep. But, it all goes to, a theme that I've been carrying out here for the past, for quite a while, about, I think we're all of us, and I say all of us, and I do mean all of us, are going to be surprised, at the end of the day. All of this is going to come to an end at some point. We all hope sooner rather than later. But I think most of us, if not all of us, are going to be surprised that some of the people we thought were bad guys are going to turn out to be good guys, and vice versa.
Yep.
Because as you stated, what makes a good movie? Actors.
Yeah, there's too many things in the background to make you question some actions, and it's all too easy to categorize them under a certain viewpoint. Right, and that's the misleading aspect. It becomes too easy to characterize. But
my concern is that sometimes there's a tendency to overplay one's hand. So for those who might be listening in the show today or watching the show today, let's be careful of what we do out there.
You mean something like a Gadsden flag on a shirt?
Yeah, something like that. Either that or, just going out of your way to
we don't like what we see. We don't like what we see.
Exactly.
Good solution?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I've been slapped down a couple of times.
Well, sometimes. Well, that comes with the territory, right?
You don't know how far. There's certain areas I don't go to, and there's certain areas that are close to the line. The question is, how far is it before you're crossing the line unknowingly, right?
Exactly.
And I know, Chad, that I'm talking a little bit cryptic, but if you guys have listened to me after a while, you know what I'm talking about.
In that same vein, I have seen some folks out there that have a great deal, at least at this point, have a great deal of credibility as far as being accurate in their takes on things and their thoughts as to what might be transpiring here and there. And one of those thoughts that has emerged recently. I don't know if you've seen it, Tian, but is there a possibility that General Milley might be actually a good guy?
Excuse me. That's the latest one that seems to go back and forth on crossing that line, right?
Right.
It's an aspect of, in some things look like, okay, that's a good decision. I mean, a decision that you would put it into the pro-America column, and then there are decisions that are like going, that doesn't sound like a good move, right? Particularly, let's take Afghanistan for example, right? And Trump ripping them a new one for the recommendation to leave all the equipment behind. Now then you have Biden coming around and leaving all the equipment behind. So was that under Milley's direction, or was it something that was kind of like a setup by Trump? I don't know, because I'm not involved in the decisions. Then you have the aspect of January 6th, where you had Miller and Patel in the meeting with POTUS about the